Ladies and gentlemen, we are live. The Comic Hall and Roundtable discussion. I am your host this evening. My name is Al Rainey, aka Dusty Rick Brown. Matt Odom was actually in Atlanta. We thought he was going to be on his way back home, but he made it home safely. So we have Matt Odom, aka Tired of Comic Museums, to my right. Directly below me, we have Sif 2814, live from the interwebs, aka Chris. And to his right, we have Sean, aka Stay Puft from 1983, with his Hulk Hogan and Jimmy Hart picture, Ketchup and Mustard. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for being with us. We always appreciate your viewership. Fellas, how's everyone this evening?
What's up? What's up? What's up, fellas?
What is happening, everybody? I am good.
Great to have you back on the show, Chris.
It is good to be back. New glasses and all. It is good to be back.
And speaking of new, we're actually at basic now. So that's why we have countdowns, and that's why we have a comic hall up right above Matt Odom's right shoulder.
We're coming up in the world.
We're moving up to the east side to a deluxe apartment in the sky. Yeah. So what we're going to do first, we're going to go ahead, and I got a couple of things set up. We're going to have a little bit of like levity, a little bit of fun, because we're going to get to a serious topic later on in the show. Hopefully Xavier and Larry will join us at some point in time. I talked to Larry earlier, and he said he might be able to get on. He's pretty sure he's going to get on. X was still at the Blue Box where he works, so hopefully he could come on and get on with us. But what we're going to do first is we're going to start off the show with a little segment that Matt Odom actually started some time ago. This segment is called You Must Be Out Your Damn Mind. And for anybody that does not know about this particular segment, what we do or what we have done is gone on eBay to show you the ridiculousness that some people are going through to try to sell stuff to you, me and you, your mama and your cousin too. Riding down the strip on Vogues, coming up, slamming Cadillac doors. Shout out to Outcast. All right, so basically what I'm going to do, I'm going to pull up my screen, share screen, and all right, so let's see here. Let me get this straight. I got a new computer, y'all, so, you know, it's asking me for some crazy stuff. So...
Get all the permissions in.
Yeah, getting these permissions in and whatnot. So got all the permissions and stuff. So we good. All right. So I'm going to go back down. And hopefully I'll be able to do this. But I want y'all to see some of these prices that is so ridiculous. It does not make any sense. All right. Can y'all see what I'm sharing?
Not yet.
Nope.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Okay, let me try it again. Okay. So, fellas, how y'all day been so far?
Good, man. I mean, Sean had the best damn day out of all of us.
Right. Hands down.
Yeah, Sean, tell us a little bit about your day, man.
Well, I went over to Bellevue, Florida for Tomei Tools. This is a show that Boatwright told me about because he went there like last month at a different location and was able to meet the Mouth of the South, Jimmy Hart. And then after that, he met Jake the Snake Roberts. So I was like, all right, I can't be letting Boatwright meet all these wrestlers. I got to join him today for this. So Mouth of the South, Jimmy Hart was back today. And he was actually like the host of the show. He was, telling everybody where all the events was happening in terms of like Easter egg hunts. You know, you had Rasslin at 12:45, and he was like the MC of the show. And it's perfect because he's the Mouth of the South and he got the voice that everybody knows. So it was great to hear him talk throughout the show. Me and Boatwright and his family got together and we stand on Sergeant Slaughter's line, which was long. I mean, it's the Sarge, and we stood on line for about 2 hours before we finally got up to him. That's how long that line was and how long it took.
Wow.
Sarge was a cool guy. You know, he got a picture with Boatwright and his entire family. You know, I was able to talk with Sarge for a bit. I even got him to sign some stuff for other members of the community. I even had to write down the name Biggie Shack so he can know what I'm saying, because he was struggling on how to write it down. So I was like, here it is. And, I told him about how much I grew up liking wrestling. And I remember watching WrestleMania 7 with him and Hogan when he was the champion. And he said, man, that was some great times. And, we got into the start. And then I said, G.I. Joe, salute. And he loved that. So it was a pretty awesome day. And then, of course, I met Jimmy Hart. By the time we got out Sergeant Saw, Jimmy Hart's line was short. So I was like, that's perfect. Get over there. He signed my first 2 prints for free. Then I purchased 2 prints or 2 photos for him to sign. And, awesome guy. I finally got to hold the megaphone. I almost went into Jimmy Hart mode, start yelling like him. I was like, nah, let me keep my composure because I might overdo it.
Right.
He's a great guy. And, the event was great. Gangrel was walking around the whole place the whole day outside of his wrestling event. So, I saw him come up. That's why I was like, let me get that video, for Dusty Brick Brown, shout him out. He like, you want me to shout out Dusty Brick Brown? Like, yeah. And he's like, good, fanging and banging. Dusty, I wish you were here and all that stuff. It was awesome, man. I was like, this is perfect. I knew I was gonna drop a nuclear bomb on Al. And then his music all of a sudden played when he walked off. I was like, look, that's perfect time. I wish I would have kept the video going so I could hear the music.
Man, that's cool, man.
Yeah, it was just a fun show, man. And I had a blast. I got to meet Comic Book Boss again, who's in the comic book community on Instagram. So that was pretty cool.
Nice.
So.
Cool. I'm glad you enjoyed yourself, man. That was a really good treat. I really appreciate it because that came out of nowhere, man, like the RKO. But I'm gonna use it in some form or fashion. Like Matt said it again before we started the show. I think I'm gonna use it as my introduction for my next haul video. So. But I finally got everything up and running. So the first thing I'm gonna show like 3 items tonight. I'm not gonna be with this long. First is one of my grails. I did a research on this before I actually decided to show this one. But this is eBay. Now this is John Size X-Men #1, 9.8.
I'm sorry. How many zeros?
No, you're right. Hey, that meme was right. Whatever you had, that meme that was up there, what you had before that.
Can y'all see it?
Right.
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay. Now that book at a 9.8.
Well, you want to click back on the thing because you're showing the multi-share screen.
Yeah.
Click on.
What do I need?
Go click on the tab that you was on because you brought it up.
Yeah.
Click that tab. Yeah.
There we go.
I'm sorry, y'all.
It's all right.
It's all good. You gotta learn. That's all.
So $80,000 for X-Men 9.8. Now go collect. There was one that actually sold at the end of February, and 9.8 sold for $30,000. Now I'd be hard pressed to believe that this book shot up in value $50,000 between February and now. So whoever's attempting to try to sell this, and then on top of that, $49.99 for expedited shipping. If I'm gonna pay $80,000 for this book, you better bring it to me via Uber.
Right.
This is ridiculous.
That shit drives me insane, man. How do you charge top dollar for a book and turn around and charge top dollar for shipping?
Right. Like at $80,000.
There's no way you can find $50 in that $80,000 right there.
Right.
Look at man, $80,000. I need Xavier to wheel it to my house. $80,000. I need Patrick Stewart dressed as Professor Xavier to show up in an Uber, and then him in his wheelchair roll it up to my front door, and him hand it to me for $80,000.
Colossus should be coming out the sky like on Marvel Capcom 2 with that book.
Right. I need Storm to ride down on a hurricane and gently place it on my front steps. Like that's.
It's crazy.
$80,000. That's crazy.
That's insane, man.
You know how many other books I can get for $80,000?
You know what? You can
get many books for $80,000.
If you told me that book was $15,000, I could work with you on that. I said, okay. You know what? I might can work with you on that.
Right.
$80,000. That's past a low grade amazing fantasy.
Yeah. And if a 9.8 is gonna cost me $80,000, I might well get a 2.5 because I don't need a 9.8 in my life that costs $80,000.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, this entry has been up here for at least.
You see what Jay said? You see what Jay said in the chat? He said, "I better get a free call with that book." 2021. Right.
It's insane, man. It's absolutely insane.
That's ridiculous.
So, the next one is like another one that I just don't understand how or why. But this is actually Amazing Heroes 46. 9.4. Now the interesting thing about this one, folks, is that I've been watching this one for about 3 weeks, and the starting price on this one started off at around 1,800. So they've been steadily declining over the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, no kidding.
Right. So as you can see, this is actually the first appearance of Power Pack, and see, I think because Louise Simonson signed it, he thinks that, or she thinks that it's gonna be worth that much. Ain't no way in hell.
Yeah, unless the Power Pack gonna show up in a movie somewhere.
I don't even see that. Honestly, Chris, I don't even see that. And y'all know I'm a fan of Power Pack. I got a Power Pack poster right behind me.
But you know, this goes back to the discussion about these preview books.
Yeah.
And you know, it's cool that, you know, you get some of these first appearance preview books, but these books should not be going more than what the actual appearance goes for.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, this is insane.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy.
I can only imagine what the one with the first appearance of the new X-Men go for.
Man, 200 grand plus a Tesla. You got to buy them a Tesla. All right, so the last one. Go ahead, Chris.
No, I'm saying a lot of it's like we always talk about on the show about the whole how speculation has ruined comic books. You'd think that with the way these prices are, people that the comic book industry is going down like Titanic, and people are just scrambling to get whatever they can get, because $80,000, $1,200, like those are ridiculous prices. Give it, you know, I hate to say it the way a lot of other people, but given the state of the world at the moment, like asking $80,000 for a comic book.
This book right here in a 9.4 sign is no more than $125.
It's got Louise Simon showing it though.
I mean, I don't care if it got Malcolm X.
Right.
That's a $125 book.
Hey man, I guess they're trying to take advantage of somebody's stimmy money, that stimuli check that came. I don't know.
I ain't trying to blow all my stimulus money on that.
Yeah, the first issue of the Kiss comic book has their blood mixed into the ink, and it don't go for that.
I wouldn't spend part of my stimulus money on this. I mean, I would get it. I mean, I would get it because it's Power Pack, but I'm not paying $12.75 for it.
Hey,
go ahead.
In the chat says that I want to know how many comic book collectors are able to shell out over $1,000 for a book. Let me tell you, and I'll be the first one to tell you, the only book that you catch me spending over $1,000 on right now is Tales of Suspense, and that's got to be a grade of 7 or above.
Well, for me, it's John Size, and then some of the old Silver Age X-Men that I need, but that's only if I can't find it low grade. But if y'all think this is the coup de grace, this is the humdinger, this is the final curtain call right here. Well, before I even show y'all this next one, just want to let you know, Nintendo, in all their infinite wisdom, decided that they were going to discontinue a certain game called Super Mario 3D All-Stars. And that particular game is for the Switch. It contains Mario 64, 64, Mario Sunshine, and I want to say Mario Galaxy #1. Well, as of March the 31st, Nintendo said, "Look, we're not going to produce any more of these games. We're not going to sell it digitally. So, whoever has copies, as far as retail, Best Buy, Target, Walmart, blah blah blah, GameStop, you can sell it. But once you sell it, it's a wrap." So scalpers, and that's basically the best term I could come up with, have decided that they were going to get on eBay, which is the den of iniquity, in my opinion, for folks that trying to get over on people for no other apparent reason because they feel like they can. Ladies and gentlemen, this particular this particular game was the highest game I saw that someone is asking for this. Feast your eyes, and I hope you're sitting down and not drinking anything because you might spit it out. Nintendo Switch Super Mario 3D All-Stars, new and sealed, $10,000.
Does it come with track and field?
Nope.
Nintendo?
Nope. It doesn't come with
a Neo Geo seal.
Nope.
Does it come with the arcade cabinet, brand new off the truck?
Nope.
Of Mario vs. Falcon 2?
Nope.
What about Gauntlet Legends?
Does it come with Mario?
Nope. Mario does not come with it. Neither does Peach or Luigi.
Does it Switch? Do I get the system too?
Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
It's just a signed copy by Yoshi?
Nope.
Does it come in like a Yoshi egg that cracks open and it's inside and it comes out of it? Like,
nope.
That'd be perfect for Easter.
Right. Like that. Right. Like
it sure would, Sean. $10,000.
$10,000.
Now, mind you, and I'm not gonna lie, I actually bought a copy of this because I own a Switch, and it's still wrapped. I promise y'all, if this dude is successful with selling it for $10,000, you better believe mine going on eBay next week. I promise you.
Man, I don't blame you.
$10,000. Now this game is get this. The game is still being sold in stores for retail price. This game is still in stock.
Why would you pay $10,000 for it if you can just go to GameStop and just buy a copy for $60?
But this is the kicker. I think 125 people were looking at it to see how stupid this person was.
Yeah.
Because I don't see nobody actually paying this kind. He's probably all over social media, whoever this is. Mm-hmm. I want to send him a message and say, man, you are an idiot.
2 years of payments of $417. Come on, man.
24 months with PayPal credit. Really? For this?
Wow.
And you can
at least he had the decency to not overcharge on shipping.
Hey man, but still, if I'm gonna pay $10,000 for a game,
but that's standard shipping.
Right. I know. I know.
Look at man.
It could have been a lot worse.
Yeah. Needless to say, this is our You Must Be Damn Crazy segment for this show. So
you gotta be.
I don't understand these people, man. These folks.
I truly don't think they even have a mind for them to come up with this bullshit.
You can't.
I would go back and put it off on the show live as $1.50.
Crazy, man. This is crazy. But yeah, I mean, as far as it goes, yeah, JC, it is ridiculous, man. It doesn't even make any sense. Straight up ridiculous. Rock says that's got to be the most moronic seller in the world. That's why you call him a moron. Moron.
Imbecile.
But the biggest moron will be the person who buy it.
Yep.
It's true. It's true. What's up, Lady Fantastic?
Forrest Gump may not be a smart man, but he knows what a dumb deal is.
Right.
Forrest ain't even gonna buy that.
Auto accept. Hey man, I'm gonna keep tabs on it because, like I said, this dude can sell this for anything over retail price. I'm selling mine. Bottom line, I am selling mine. All right, so next topic on the docket is some wrestling news. So as we say in the South, wrestling news. WWE Network is closing shop, moving to Peacock streaming service. Now, at one point, I actually owned the WWE Network, and the only time I really owned it was for ECW, and actually WCW. But at the time, it really wasn't showing WCW no love, so I decided to cancel it. So we talked.
I want to mention that because as much as they got all the nitros, they were dragging their sorry ass feet trying to get the rest of the Saturday night episodes on there. And they ain't put Worldwide on there. They ain't put WCW Pro. They ain't put all those other side shows of WCW that were important in those eras, especially in the early 90s. So I'm like, this bullshit that WWE doing now with Peacock, I am not on board. Especially when they saying that Peacock is editing out stuff for standard and practices, to fit their network and their audience. I'm like, who the fucking Peacock is going to watch wrestling outside of the WWE audience itself? Exactly. None of them Peacock subscribers ain't going to go to the WWE network because they don't even care about it. So who are you editing it out for? All you're going to do now is alienate the people who were subscribed to the WWE network, mainly for the old content. Because that's the times I only subscribe for the 3-month passes. I subscribe during WrestleMania season and SummerSlam season. I get the network cards, and I get the network cards. I'll just watch the big pay-per-views and I watch all the old stuff. But with this shit, with Peacock editing out old stuff, especially in the Attitude Era, oh no, I ain't with that shit.
I'm just gonna tell y'all like this: there's somebody on this panel, and I use their account. They should rename. They should rename nameless.
Well, I don't have a Peacock, so my process of elimination couldn't be Larry.
but I'll tell you, man.
It's on the Comcast. It's free on Comcast or Xfinity. It's already on the. All you gotta do is click on it.
But you know what, fella? The thing, like Sean said, that really hurt them, especially with WCW fans out the gate. We only have the Nitro up to from like 98, 96, NWO, all the way to like 2000 to Masterpiece. We had nothing from 96 below. So if you want to go back and watch 93, 90, some of those other rivalries, you couldn't. And they also didn't have any other pay-per-views outside of the standard stuff, like maybe a Great Master Bash 89 here, maybe a 93 there. They didn't have enough of the stuff that they needed to have when it launched initially. And so when you make a launch that big, you should have all that stuff lined up. Hell, they didn't even have some of their old content, WWF stuff, in order when it launched. Remember, they didn't have the corporate ministry. They had like bits and pieces, but they never had the actual Raws with the corporate ministry. Because that was the first thing I looked for. And so now all it is they're showing all this reality TV shit that they have over there. And that's what the most of it is. I'm like Sean. I only watched WWF Network 2 times. WrestleMania, Royal Rumble. I figured that out about 4 or 5 years ago. No need of you watching any of that shit up until it get to that. And that's about it, man. And then they thought it was slick by putting Stone Cold and Steve Austin over there on it. But I got all this old podcast, so I only have to watch that. And that's the bottom line.
I just want to shout out Lady Fantastic.
Because Matt said so.
Lady Fantastic, hilarious, man.
And look, man, I'm about to use the word, man. The only thing I use it for was the old content. Yeah. I watched the anthologies, the old, all Shawn Michaels stuff, of course. The Undertaker Last Ride was interesting. But me personally, I wasn't a WCW or ECW fan, so me, it was all strictly WWF. And I was disappointed that a lot of stuff wasn't ready out the gate. And I'll be honest, to get it for $4.99 instead of what they were charging, because what it was, I think it was $9.99. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Hey, for what they showing, it's all right to me for what they showing, but it's not. I think it's a good move for them it's a bad move for the consumer.
Well, Chris, you got anything to add to that?
It's been a minute since I really actually paid attention to wrestling, but I think it's actually a really bad move. There were a lot of people who I know who are huge wrestling fans who were ecstatic when WWE Network came up because it was a place for them to finally be able to watch, wrestling that not just current wrestling, but it was a way for parents who, dads and moms who grew up on certain eras of wrestling, like the Attitude Era and all that stuff, to watch with their kids to show them like, this is the wrestling that I grew up watching. These were mine, and they could relive those moments with their kids, because they were watching those because that's what was going on and that's how it was. So for them to be moving to Peacock, it's like Larry said, it may be a good move for them, but bad for the consumer. With Peacock censoring the wrestling, it's not going to have that same feel to it. At best, I feel like they should have done like Disney does with just putting the thing is like, hey, look, this stuff was made in a different time period. Some of it may offend you now, but that's how it was back then. Watch at your own risk,
right?
And then keep it moving, not censor it and cut stuff and edit stuff out because it ain't gonna make no sense watching a cage match that's all kinds of censored and somebody goes up, they on the top rope or somebody on top of the cage, and then all of a sudden they on the mat.
They fantastic going in, man.
They get to the top of the cage, he picks them up, and then they're on the mat, and the ref is counting 1, 2, 3, and it's like what? There's a glitch in the matrix. All of a sudden, it's just cut out. You don't get to see the actual fall. None of that.
That's gonna be. If any ECW content even make it, that they taken out, they might as well just not even put ECW on it.
Don't put none of that. Can't make it.
And keep going. Go ahead.
None of Mick Foley's matches seem like they can make it. If they censoring out stuff that's too violent, Mick Foley can't make it.
I mean, they're gonna have to cut out the Attitude Era. Period.
Stone Cold gonna just disappear from all of it.
I mean, all of it. I mean, the Brian Pillman, that episode where Stone Cold went to his house and Brian Pillman had that piece. They ain't gonna be able to show that on TV.
Huh.
Hey, look, man,
this ain't even fucking TV. This is a streaming service, and they still go fucking check it out.
Rikishi breaking his leg off the top rope.
Right. Rikishi putting his butt in people's face. That ain't gonna make it. No, ain't gonna make it.
Xbox's crotch shot. Everything is gonna be. Everything gonna be.
The whole train is gone.
Mm-hmm.
Real.
Remo, you got something to add to this, sir? And thank you and Larry for joining, man. Sorry I didn't get to y'all earlier, man. We done upgraded our services here, and I couldn't figure out how to work everything. My bad.
Man, I haven't. I think the last match I went to was Undertaker versus Kane. And I ain't really watched it since then. I want to say that was like 2000, 99, 2000.
So, they had so many matches happen.
Right. Yeah, I have nothing to add.
Yeah, I can't watch it, man. Shit.
I can't
even. Probably when the Attitude Era ended, man. I think I was last time. I say, man. I think after the trifecta of Shawn Michaels, Triple H fighting the Undertaker, I was out.
Like I said at the beginning of this segment, man, when they first, I was excited to get it because my whole thing was that I wanted to see WCW stuff. I wanted to see ECW stuff. Like, back in the day when ECW came on, they actually used copyrighted music. Yeah, they always use therapy for
exactly. I do remember that.
Right, like. But I mean, I knew they weren't gonna show that on the WWE Network. But I mean, that's what I bought it for, and I was highly disappointed because all they did was shield all the WWE stuff. Don't get me wrong; it's some stuff I used to like to watch, some of the old pay-per-views and stuff. But what was the purpose of them purchasing all this stuff, all these ECW and WCW, when you're not gonna give the people what they want, and you sending it over to Peacock? It's gonna be a really clean Brillo pad G-rated version of this stuff, man. Ain't nobody checking for that.
Now, Brock said that they're not censoring the blood and stuff, but they cut out that DX segment where they dressed up like the Nation, and it's obviously because of X-Pac being in blackface as Mark Henry. But I'm black and I love that segment. You know?
It's just not politically correct nowadays.
Right.
They say it was the Mizark.
You don't want to get he's already doing bad. You don't want him to get completely canceled.
Well, I love Disney's comment said last match I saw live, I think was Paul Orndorff and Hulk Hogan in the late 80s.
Yeah, man.
Hey, man.
I still remember when my boy, this is how bad it was, man. This is how old I am. I think I was in 4th grade and my boy went to WrestleMania 3. And I was mad because he didn't bring me back a program. You know what I'm saying? And I remember it being because I was going to trade him a TMNT comic book for it. That's how long ago it was. It was like I knew everybody wanted the Ninja Turtles. I was like, man, I just want a program. And he was like, all right, I'll bring it to you. And it was like over the summer or something. And then when we got back to school, he was like, man, I didn't get one. And I was mad. We talked for 2 weeks.
How you did? Hey, wasn't that Mr. Fuji or Haku that did that night?
Yeah, see, that was what I'm saying. It was like it was crazy. That's how when I was really into it. That's how old I was. So yeah. In a minute, bro.
Paul Orndorff, Mr. Wonderful.
Yep, Mr. Wonderful.
Yeah.
Hey, but
I was a fiend though. When I used to watch it, I was a fiend, man. I definitely was a fiend.
Had to see it all.
You know,
wrestling.
I remember hiding my shoes from church so I didn't have to go, so I could watch it.
What?
I'd hide my shoe. My mom had a piano. I'd throw my shoe behind the piano so I'd have to stay home from church because I couldn't find my shoes so I could watch wrestling.
Hey man, cut that as a soundbite. That is going on the IG, man. That's going on IG. I got to make sure I get that soundbite because that right there, man.
I used to hide my shoes.
Hey, bro, I'm trying to tell you, man. When you gotta watch, you gotta see it, man. You gotta go through whatever you can do, man, to get your parents to let you stay home from church, man.
Look, man, Lady Fantastic said this, man. That was I can only speak for the WWO, but man, you get so caught up in the story. It was like a real soap opera. It really was.
It was.
That's how it was.
Hey, man,
I was giving them up, man. I was like, yo, man, where my program at, bro?
The Undertaker and Jake State. When he should, the Undertaker hand in the casket, man, and the Ultimate Warrior was in there with all the snakes. Man, the storylines were more intriguing than the actual wrestling.
Yeah, they were. Yeah.
And
they built up. It took a couple weeks before it wasn't like week to week. It would take a couple weeks for it to build up, and then they would fight or whatever. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't like a weekly thing. You know.
But that's what we loved about it. I mean, remember when Andre the Giant turned bad and ripped the bike. Yeah, the T-shirt and the chain off Hogan's chest. Mm-hmm. So that was like the biggest betrayal for us as fans.
Oh man,
you know.
They don't forget about that super kick.
The whole strip, man. Well, you went from the homie to the enemy.
Yeah, join Bobby Heenan. Like that's a no-no when it comes to wrestling Hulk Hogan. Like, you don't join my enemy,
right?
Hey, don't forget about
even when Macho Man and Hogan went at each other, you know what I'm saying? Like when they first started, it was homies and all that. That was bad, man. I remember being torn at school. We was like, people was choosing sides. Yeah, like we was like, it was really a big thing. Like you know what I'm saying? Oh, you gonna go with Hogan? I'm going with Macho Man.
I rolled with Macho because I was like, Hogan was out of line. Hugging up on Elizabeth and all that.
And Miss Elizabeth was fly, so we was like, man, that dude got a bad trick. You know what I'm saying? Like we with him. We ain't with Hogan. Hogan jacked up on Roy.
That was real. They said that wasn't. They said that wasn't even scripted. They said that was partially
that was all real.
Yeah.
He probably put a battery in his back.
That one realer than Kevin Sullivan and Chris Benoit.
Oh, ain't nothing, man.
What'd you say here?
and then after that whole fight, you lose your wife, man, to that dude. I'm like, what?
Whew.
Yeah.
Did anybody see the meme in our group on Facebook with Kevin Sullivan, man, with him standing on the beach with that sword with woman?
What up, Jeff?
Oh man, that was hilarious.
Hey man.
I did watch the Andre the Giant. Brock was asking.
Yeah. That was a great documentary. Really good. That was a really, really good documentary. Is that up on HBO Max?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm going to watch that again. That was really, really good, man.
I love
it was sad to see how he died too.
Ultimate Warrior is top 5, man. You know, so yeah, he was crazy.
Yeah,
those crazy incoherent promos.
The damn plane.
Him and Macho Man, they, but you know.
Hey, I at least understood Macho when he talked about the cream of the crop and putting all those creamers on Mean Gene.
he didn't understand that shit. He would cry though when we showed that way he would cry.
Right.
Look up Macho Man cry. Just go look up Macho Man cry, man.
Y'all must be up showing me that shit, man.
Because he looked like he was like destitute, man. He was on his last penny. He like he hadn't bathed in like 3 days and stuff.
He looking like a hobo,
right? But see, that's the testament. Because back then, man, you know, we didn't know they were just playing.
Yeah,
I mean, that was real to us, man. One thing that I ain't never gonna forget was a program that they had in WCW where Dusty Rhodes was going up against the Four Horsemen.
Yeah, I was just about to bring that up.
They hemmed him up somewhere in Marietta, Georgia, and tied him to a. No, that wasn't. Yeah, it was the Four Horsemen because they tied him to a utility truck
with the baseball bat.
Yeah.
Broke his arm. Man, people were calling the cops. They thought that shit was real. They were calling the cops trying to charge the Horsemen.
Right.
I remember. I thought that.
Hey, man,
was real.
It was serious, man. Wrestling was a male. It's that's exactly what it is, and if people took it serious, I remember being hooked.
Yeah, but the story's built so like if he broke his arm on Wednesday, his arm was going to be broke for a couple weeks. So he wasn't going to be able to wrestle, you know what I'm saying? And then all of a sudden he might rip the cast off, you know what I'm saying? You know, come time for the fight in like 3-4 weeks and get it popping. But that's what I mean. It wasn't like a week-to-week storyline. It would go for a while, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Other people would get involved. It would split off.
The pay-per-view, man. It had to be
it would lead all the way up to the pay-per-view, But
see, promos back then, you had to have a promo that would set you up, that got you emotionally invested into the fight. Yeah. Today, these guys can't cut promos. No. They can't cut promos.
And another thing, they do too many super kicks, too many of the same indie-rific moves, and none of them has a personality like the guys we grew up with.
Who's the man with the Jerry curl? Ron Simmons. Ron Simmons, boy. He would come in, set it off, get everybody mad at him and his clique, and then turn around and join up with the other cat. You know what I'm saying? Like it was like he set it up from the beginning. Like, man, you never knew what way it was going to go. Like, you didn't know at the last minute who was going to turn on who. You know what I'm saying? They get into the match, get the fight, and then all of a sudden turn and pin their homeboy. You know what I'm saying? Like,
look, Hogan
and it's crazy because thinking back on it now, it's like, how can you pin your teammate? You know what I'm saying? Like how would they even allow that to be a loss if you pin your homeboy? You know what I'm saying? That's like scoring the winning shot on your own self, and they don't call it like, no basket. You know, they're like, nah, that's out.
You know what Hogan was saying earlier, man. Look, Hogan do a leg drop and everybody was paralyzed.
Yeah.
Do a leg drop off the top rope, and then people get right up.
Hey man, that's
broke his spine, dog. He broke his spine, be out for 6-8 months. You know what I'm saying? And he just talking shit from the rafters. You know what I mean?
Don't forget how Hogan got his neck broke by the Giant. And then
that's what I'm saying. It's a real
story. How about Macho Man messing up Ricky Steamboat's neck with the ring bell on the outside?
Yeah, man. I seen one where he who was it that got? I think it was Ricky Steamboat. and he slammed him and he pinned his chin to his neck or whatever, and he had to just lay him over on dude.
You see what Lady Fantastic just posted?
He was stuck in the middle of the ring because he couldn't move. He was they had to go to commercial.
Hey, look, don't get it wrong though. Now, like the Owen Hart at Pie Drive Stone Cold, boy, that was ugly.
Yeah, that was real ugly.
Yeah. I love Disney comics. I remember the Golden Boy, Chick Donovan.
Hey man, so do y'all remember when Big Van Vader powerbombed Mick Foley on the pavement.
Oh yeah.
So
Dusty Rhodes is my favorite too, man.
So Mick Foley was telling a story one time on an interview, and he was saying that he had came back off his injury, and they were and so Mick Foley said he was coming back off an injury, man, and they told him, said, "Hey, we're gonna put you in the program with the Steiner brothers." And he said, "Oh, hell no." The Steiner brothers was wrestling stiff back then, man. So you wrestling, they just gonna throw your ass all over the ring. And he was like, "Oh, hell no, I ain't wrestling."
Hell no.
I'm gonna end it like this with Lady Fantastic bringing up soap opera. The biggest soap opera in the history of wrestling was when Hogan turned heel and formed with the NWO.
Yes,
man,
that was the biggest thing that happened in wrestling. I remember that day when I found out that I ain't see the pay-per-view, but the next day
I watched it.
Yeah, they said Hogan turned heel.
Yeah. No, it was was it? No, it was Bash at the Beach.
Bash at the Beach.
Yeah, that's what.
I saw
94 Bash at the Beach.
96 and I remember everybody at school was talking about it. Like Hulk Hogan is a bad guy now, and that was like we couldn't stop talking about it because it's like this is like shocking.
Right. I remember that because I remember I was working at FedEx at the time. I was already graduated from high school, but I worked evenings. So I worked from like 4 in the evening until like 10, 11 at night. And when I would get home, that's when they would have the matches on WTBS, and it'd be late at night, you know what I'm saying? And I could catch them live, and they'd be going for like a couple hours. So I'd get in there, and I would make it in time for the final. And that dude would be, because they would talk smack through the whole episode, and then they would fight at the end, you know what I'm saying? The promos would be in between everybody else's match. And I just remember him coming in, and he started NWO, and then Sting turning good or going solo or whatever. That just, man, I remember everybody, even at my job, you know what I'm saying? Fools was like, man, did y'all see ECW? You know what I'm saying? Or last night, I'll be like, nah, man, I didn't even see it. Now that's when I started watching it again. Was it ECW? No, it was WCW. And then what was the one? It was ECW was the one where they used to jump off the roofs, break people through 4 or 5 tables.
Yeah, the scaffold match with tables.
Yeah, man, that one was hard because it was raw. Because they started they was really hurting people on that one. That was why we started watching it.
Trying to
jump 5 or 6 tables, man.
Tommy Dreamer power driving women and shit. That ain't gonna make me count.
Yeah, they would grab women by the throat and throw them off the buildings.
They got to cut out everything with New Jack.
That dude was too much.
ECW was real. ECW was the 94 version of Wu-Tang Clan back then.
Yeah, it was. And that shit, I used to play it to a mystical concert. Yeah. She was a mystical concert. You know what I'm saying? You in the late 90s, and he was hanging from chandeliers, rapping and stuff. Like, that was what ECW was, man.
So, for fun fact, for everybody watching the show, everybody watching this, Brock is going to love this shit when I say it. The NWO was formed right here in Macon, Georgia.
Sure was.
I was there. I saw it. It was live. I remember when Scott Hall showed.
I did not know that.
Yep.
And he came right around me and my buddy Tim, and I said, "Hey man, that's Scott Hall." He said, "Oh man, you bullshit." I said, "Razor Ramon," because I didn't even know nobody's real name. I said, "That's Razor Ramon." He said, "Man, you bullshit." Next thing you know, he get up in that ring, and everybody was like, "What the hell is going on?"
You changed the name.
Yeah, we thought it was actually. We actually bought into the idea that McMahon had sent them to take the shit over.
Yeah.
Because it looked so real. And then,
that's what made
it. That was crazy.
It was all believable, man.
And you know what's funny? People thought that he sent Diesel and Razor Ramon over there, but he did that a few years later when he sent Vince Russo there to kill WCW.
You know what? We about to end the conversation, man. We Vince Russo is a whole nother client. We about to go to the next segment. But before I do, I want to address something Lady Fantastic said. Now, WWF came first. It was the World Wrestling Federation. And then what happened was there was a group called the World Wildlife Federation that went by the same abbreviations of WWF.
World Wildlife Fund. Yeah.
Right, World Wildlife Fund. So they sued WWF and won to keep the letters WWF. So WWF turned into WWE. So that's what happened with that. But yeah, it ain't nothing but a soap opera. But yeah, I remember those days, Brock. We used to watch ECW up at the arcade that I used to work at.
On the big screen.
Put on the King of Fighters like 9 cabinet. It was a big 65-inch cabinet, man, and people used to come in there and watch all kind of wrestling, man. And we even talk about boot country match. So yeah. All right, fellas. So the next topic on the docket is Invincible. So we 2 weeks in on the new series on Amazon Prime. Episode 3 came out yesterday, I think, or Friday.
It was episode 4.
Oh, episode 4. Yeah. That's right. They dropped 3 episodes the first day. So I'm gonna let Matt start, man. Matt, what do you think of Invincible, sir?
Love it. I forgot about yesterday because I was so intrigued with another show that came on yesterday.
Yeah.
That I completely forgot. Invincible came on.
Yeah.
And so I have to watch the 4th episode tonight once we go off. Well, actually, no, I got to finish watching Kong. But I'll be checking that out. But from what I've already seen, I enjoy it. And it's really, really good, man. And they've taken what I like about it the most is that they've used the comic book art. And so it makes it really good to be able to watch it as it's moving, For those who aren't used to violence, it's ultra violent. I mean, the comic book was violent, but on there it's a little bit brutal when you're watching it in live action. So, but yeah, 1 out of 10, I give it a strong 9.5.
Okay. Has anybody on the panel actually read the book? Have you read it, Sean?
Yeah, I have. I have the Ultimate Collection. I read them when I first got the Ultimate Collection, but that was like 5 years ago. So it's been a while. But I know that they changed up some things from the book. Like what happened, the shocking thing that happened. Yeah, the shocking thing that happened at the end of the first issue or the first episode didn't happen till later on in the comic book.
Yeah, that's
way down the line.
Hey, Sean,
that was down the line.
In the Ultimate Collection, how far is it? All 150 issues or whatever? 100?
Yeah, it's a hardcover and it's 12 volumes.
Okay.
Like right now, the first couple of volumes are hard to get. Yeah. Whereas the later ones you can still attainable.
Yeah.
But
is that the big? It's like a big white book.
Well, the big one is the Compendium. That's 2 volumes.
Okay, so that's the one that's at one of my LCS. I seen it yesterday.
Is it the first one?
Yeah. He's got 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, I would get those. Mainly because if you look online, the Compendium on the first one on Amazon is completely sold out. So the price is higher. Gotcha. And it's not on in-stock trades at all. So
yeah, because I seen it there yesterday and I was like, damn, I didn't see that before.
Hey Sean.
But he might have just got it, man.
You know what, man? Robert Kirkman likes to change stuff around anyway. So
yeah,
it's kind of not surprising. Well, when I saw it was kind of like, because I didn't want to spoil it for Al, because Al had never read the book. So I had to kind of keep my mouth shut. So I was like, well, that goes on like way down the line.
Yeah.
As opposed to now, and that's it. But then I thought about it and I was like, Rob Kirkman likes to change stuff around, man. So it's like he just likes to just do what he wants to do when he wants to do it. Couldn't change shit on Walking Dead though.
Is it slightly different or is it exactly the same but just too early?
Yeah, there's a couple of things in there that didn't happen until the middle of the book. Like I think it was episode 2 or 3 when Omni-Man got sucked into through the portal from the aliens. That storyline is actually longer in the book. It's way different. Like, in the animated series makes it different to the point where, like, Omni-Man never really had no struggle there. Like, he just destroyed the aliens and was done. But the comic book, it's actually much more explained on what he dealt with over there. And, I don't want to get into too much spoilers on it, but it was a lot drawn-out storyline for what in the comic
went over like 10 or 12 issues or whatever, something like that.
Oh, it wasn't that long, but it was at least about 2-3 issues.
Yeah,
where that storyline went on.
Gotcha.
So what do you think about the show?
I enjoy the show. You know, despite the differences from the comics, it still has the same core element, of Mark Grayson becoming invincible, even though he gets his powers a lot early in the comics and don't really go through the training. But I do like that it's actually establishing a relationship with him and his father by doing the training in the cartoon.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's pretty good. It's very ultra violent, like the comic book. And I know some people are not hyped on the animation style. I've seen a couple of people saying that that's not their thing, and that's fine. The animation don't really bother me. I've seen cartoons with worse animation, so that doesn't.
Oh yes.
So that doesn't bother me at all.
I don't see anything wrong with the animation. I think the animation is good. Like, what do they want? Like, I mean, it looks exactly like the comic book. You know what I mean? Like I said, I've never read it before, but I still got to finish watching the third episode, and then I got to watch the fourth one. But I mean, the only reason why I turned it off is because my daughter was kind of walking through, so I was like, and it started getting. I was like, oh, yeah, I'm gonna have to watch this later, and I just haven't got back to watching it. You know what I mean? And then,
right.
But I mean, it interests me enough to where I bought the book that came out maybe a week or two ago, and it got and then it got me interested in like you said, like I'd be interested in buying the basically the omnibus for it. You know what I'm saying? I would buy that because I looked at some of them prices, and then I was at a shop today, and they had some back issues, and you ain't gonna get them first, $40, $50 of them without spending a couple $1,000. You know what I'm saying? So I'm definitely not gonna go and buy the back issues. You know what I'm saying? So, but I definitely want to read it. Like I'm interested in it. It made sense. You know what I mean?
Like I said, if you go to your shop and you see them compendiums, snatch them up. Even if it take like 1 week at a time, make sure you grab that first one, go back and get the second one later, and then maybe tell them that you can hold this third one for me. To make sure nobody snatches it before. Because I noticed that after the show, people are starting to look at those trades and Ultimate Editions now. They trying to find them. Yeah, and that's why the condominium. Yeah, because now people are interested. Nobody really thought about Invincible until this animated series came out.
Yeah. Right. I mean, I used to look, I would see it, you know what I'm saying? I didn't really trip off of it because when I looked at it, it was like, those back issues are expensive. You know what I mean? They're like, that first one was like $600. I was like, well, I'm not tripping. But then when they came out with the cartoon, I was like, oh, okay. That's why it's so expensive. You know what I mean? Because it's old boy from The Walking Dead, and it was the same way with Oblivion Song. Like when I first got back into comics, like that was kind of like the book that everybody was like, oh, it was going to get, optioned, and everybody was snatching up a couple of issues, and then all of a sudden it fell on its face. And I mean, you can find those issues in dollar bins. You know what I mean? Yep. But I mean, I've never seen Invincible anywhere. Like today was the first time I went to a shop that wasn't even in my area, and he just so happened to have I think he had issue 49, and he had some other back issues, but they weren't from the original series. They were from something else. But I was just like, I'd just rather buy the big one.
Yeah. Larry, you had an opportunity to watch it yet?
Yeah, I hadn't watched episode 4. I watched the first 3. I'm one of those people, man, that the animation style wasn't. I ain't gonna say it turned me off. It went great, but it is true to the comic. So I appreciate that. I give it about.
Is it too cartoony to you, or like I'm trying to see because I've heard that from other people too, and I'm just trying to figure out what it is that they don't like about it.
I can't really put on it because Batman the animated series was drawn a certain way, and it's a classic.
Yeah.
But that for some reason I don't know if it fits this or I guess it just caught me off guard. But like I said, it's true to the comic, so I'm not knocking it for that.
Right.
I give it about a 7. So I mean, it wasn't bad. The violence was probably what took me into it. But I'm going into it without knowing anything. I know so that's probably what kept me into it. So like I said, I'm looking forward to see what they do with it. You know, I'm always open to look and see what they got going. So I keep on watching.
Okay, Chris, you're up to bat, man. What do you think?
The animation doesn't bother me. I mean, I've watched all the Marvel animated movies, and those are horrible. So I've seen worse. Got to come out swinging, man. I've been gone for a month. My problem with Invincible is that I know that there's nothing new under the sun. I get it. I'm the first one to tell you that about anything. My problem is that it feels like Robert Kirkman didn't even try to make something that wasn't new under the sun. Because I've watched the first 3 episodes, I got to watch the 4th one. But immediately when I got done with the first episode, not even when I got done, halfway through the first episode, the first thing that popped in my head was there is a DC story that is a Elseworld, if I'm not mistaken, called Son of Superman. That is the exact same premise. This kid grows up. The slight differences were in the Son of Superman, he grows up and he doesn't know that his dad is Superman because Superman's been missing for like 20 years or whatever. Superman got kidnapped or whatever, and he's just been missing. And this kid has grown up and didn't know he was the son of Superman. And then all of a sudden he gets powers because there's a solar flare that activates his abilities. And so then he attempts to try to be a superhero.
Hold on, because I want to hop in there. All right, come make sure I heard this right. You told me, you just said Superman got kidnapped.
Got kidnapped? Yeah. Well,
who the hell? Who is this entity?
Darkseid?
The Martian Manhunter working with Lex Luthor.
Shazam.
Okay. All right. Watch your manhunt involved.
He said Shazam.
Tucked the lightning bolt up his ass and threw him in a cage.
Got rid of his ass. About him.
No, it was the Martian Manhunter working with Lex Luthor to get rid of Superman.
Gotcha.
And so it was that same story. Here's a kid who grows up and all of a sudden he finds out he's got these powers. His dad's a superhero, and it's that teenage angst of struggling that now you find out you've got these powers. Now you've got, I admittedly I was waiting on somebody to be like, well, with great power comes great responsibility.
Yeah, I felt the same way too. And I read the book and I still felt that way.
I was waiting on it, man. I was waiting on somebody to do it.
Like Brightburn.
Right. I will admit, it does bother me that the dads run around with that 70s porn stash. And like it just but the show itself, like I said, the animation is good. I haven't read the comic, but the story doesn't feel that original to me. But it could also be because Robert Kirkman burned me with The Walking Sleep. And so it's just like it takes a lot for me to be impressed by him now. Because it's like you had something that was really, really good, and you beat that dead horse like that. Like I've never seen a dead horse get beat before in my life. And and it was just like, I don't know how well this is going to be. It's like, it's great. You put it on Amazon, and Amazon has proven with The Boys that they are willing to push that envelope when it comes to violence. And so it's just like, how well is this cartoon going to balance ultra violence with a good story? Right. That is the belt beating that dead horse.
Because I will say that the comic book started out strong, and then around like volume 7 and 8, it started tapering off. Like certain things happened, and it did get a bit hard to read. Going forward, like it was a struggle to get through that book.
Same thing happened with Walking Dead. Both.
Invincible.
Oh yeah, Invincible got rough, man.
Yeah, it's like
he get through about 100. When you get past hundreds, getting some hundreds, he start getting rough, boy.
It's like when he gets up into the triple digits on his comic books, it's like he's got ADD, and he's like, "Ooh, look, shiny," and he just wanders off, and just leaves you out there. And I wonder if the show is going to end up being the same way. If it's going to end up being where it's hanging on with just hoping that the violence will keep people coming back, and the name Robert Kirkman, like The Walking Dead did. The Walking Dead has held on for 11 seasons, barely, And then they even split the last season up instead of just making it one regular season. I worry that animation was going to be the same way.
Did you see animation reminded me of Ninja Scroll, and the violence just like stepped up, but it was like Ninja Scroll. Yeah. Like that's why I appreciate it. I was like, man, this is like Ninja Scroll on steroids, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the level of violence was ridiculous.
Did you all
say, man, the story had to have a beginning, a middle, and it always has to have an end. He has to know where he's going. Robert Kirkman never seems like he knows where he's going.
Exactly.
It's like he drags it out until he figures out where he's actually going. And I think that's the only thing that hurt The Walking Dead. Started out strong, and that show probably should have ended about season 5 to 6. Mm-hmm. And it just killed. The ratings were still there. It was like Supernatural, right? Supernatural is one of my favorite shows, but it's 15 seasons, and all you keep doing is killing Sam, killing Dean, killing Sam, and it's like you
because 3 issues can give you 3 different storylines for a whole season or a couple seasons. You know, what I mean?
And I want to. I'm guessing that's why he's actually moving the story further along than what the comics is. Like what I said earlier about what happened to the bootleg Justice League in the show and all that. Like he's doing things. Man. Yeah, because I was like, wait a minute, now that happened later in the comic books, but here it's the first freaking episode.
Man, for him to have killed him and then do it the way he did it, I'm like, God damn.
In the comic book, it was quick. You know,
folks.
In the comic book, it was kind of quick. You know, like bam.
It was quick, all right.
Man, he did the fish dude dirty though, dog.
Boy, you ain't lying, boy.
He
did the fish dude dirty
and the bootleg Flash.
No, the girl with the green. Boy, he didn't.
He did it dirty, but how he did the fish dude and the bootleg Flash was just, I was like, ooh, damn. Flash was giving him the business though. Hey, bootleg Flash was giving him the business.
Man,
he just ran out of time.
So I feel like he should have at least. You could have at least, we all know that. Like I said, ain't nothing new under the sun. But let's be real. At least Marvel made the Squadron Supreme look different. Like, the whatever the Champions of Tomorrow, Guardians of the Ass Crack, or whatever they're called in Invincible.
Yeah, it was whack.
Like that was you.
It was whack.
That was.
He came in and ran rough-shot through them.
The minute you saw them, you was like, well, there's Wonder Woman, there's Flash, there's Batman,
like Aquaman.
Right.
But the Batman ain't even hiding it. He ain't even hiding the fact. He's Dark Knight or Dark Knight. I'm like, what? Like, they got to be getting the cease and desist in like weeks. It's got to come.
I always call them the bootleg Justice League because
they better not get mad at us for ever playing a song on our show on YouTube whatsoever. If this dude would be Darkwing or whatever.
Who is this bootleg ass Justice League trying to be on here? I'm like, what the fuck? I remember reading the comics and wow, that was shocking. I was like, good. Get rid of the bootleg squad. We don't need them anyway, man.
I wasn't mad at that. I just was like, damn, that's supposed to be good guys. He smashed on them.
Right. That's what I was saying. To me, it set the story up, man, because you probably thought he was going to be the heroes of the show. And he quickly, nah.
Wiped them right off the map.
Yeah.
And the other superhero group, the younger ones, they were introduced in the comics way early.
You mean the Teen Titans?
Yeah, the Teen Titans.
The Teen Titans.
Young Avengers.
Go ahead,
Young Avengers.
Yeah, go ahead, man. You've been wanting to say something.
This past week, I saw something. And it's funny that you brought this up. I didn't know we were going to talk about this week. So it was even funny. When I saw this, I started dropping in our Facebook chat. There was an article that came out probably Tuesday. The headline of the article said, this was the worst Walking Dead episode ever.
Damn.
I immediately, when I saw it, said, what the fuck? Y'all been watching the last 5 years.
Yeah.
When I seen one of these, I was like,
yo,
this is the worst episode. How the hell did
watching when something about Chris killed old girl's little sister? Got her killed.
Hey,
that's
still don't be 2 grown-ass men sitting at the table drinking liquor the entire episode. Yo, y'all forgot about that episode, didn't
It was Rick and the Governor. I remember that.
Rick and
the governor and the preacher or whatever, wasn't it?
No, Rick and the Governor.
Yeah,
Okay, so I had to stop watching by then. So,
Whole episode.
No,
or episode where Carl went through all that hell just to get a damn bottle of a can of pudding.
Chocolate pudding.
And ate it on the roof. Started on that farm.
He killed all them zombies, right? To go get that. Yeah.
Yeah. In that damn farm.
Yeah. And then sat up there and ate it. Yeah. I was just telling you he didn't crack.
And they just now getting to the worst episode.
Yeah, they just not getting to it. I was just like, where the hell have y'all been at the last decade?
Asleep?
They must not have watched Fear of the Walking Dead. Like any episode.
Now Phil started off strong.
Yeah, but
it went downhill quick too.
Man. Phil started killing off all the good characters.
Yep.
Except the old man. Thank God.
Boy, I was like, it's about a bitch. And he in LA, how he back on the regular show now? This nigga walk cross country.
Yeah.
He came to walk cross country. Like, what the fuck? He was in LA.
Yeah.
Who on that? What
boat he jumped on? He went through the Suez Canal. You know, went through the Panama Canal, and then made it to Atlanta.
The old man.
Yeah. Oh my God.
The black dude went from being on The Walking Dead to being on the Fear the Walking Dead.
Yeah.
Morgan.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, Morgan back
all the way from Georgia to LA. Like, come on, bro.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, Morgan is back on the Walking Dead.
He caught an Uber.
Yeah.
I
took one of them Hyundais cross country. One of the ones that was parked in the middle of the road.
Hey, he didn't even have to gas it up. It had enough to get the
they always drive to the next one.
I know how he got there. Right there behind Larry. That's who took him over there.
Baron Zemo. Falcon flew him over there.
Mephisto.
Which is a great segue into the next topic. But before we do, let me just say this. As far as my opinion, I think Invincible is a decent show. Yeah. Now, one thing I really love about the show is the voice acting. They really got a good cast of people for the voice acting. Because I can't remember the dude's name. We Are Farmers dude. What is his name?
He was J. Jonah Jameson in Spider-Man.
J.K. something.
J.K. Simmons.
J.K. Simmons. Yeah. I think he actually fits that character well. But and matter of fact, speaking of Walking Dead, Glenn is the voice of his son.
Invincible. He's the voice of him, right?
Right. But as far as it goes, man, I think it's decent. It's something to watch. But you know.
Yeah,
it's going to depend on our community though to back it. If we don't back it, it ain't going to go. It's
right, and I agree. But I watch it, like I said, because it's comic book related. I'm not going to just say, man, this is terrible.
If we don't buy in, then no one's going to buy in.
It's slow, and I go to a cookout and watch charcoal burn before I walk. Never mind. Anyway,
I do like the demon detective though. I like that character.
It's trash. It's gonna get canceled.
There you go. That's when he said that. But anyway, we'll go ahead and segue to the next segment, which is what Larry's watching back there in the back, which is the Falcon and Winter Soldier, episode 3 thoughts. Now I'm gonna go ahead and start this off, and then I'm gonna pass it on to Larry. Okay, I love the show. Disney Plus, they're batting 1,000 right now. They are batting 1,000 with these shows. Hopefully we won't. Yeah, anybody that haven't watched it, please close your eyes because you probably gonna see nothing back there in the back anyway. If you squint, you ain't gonna really see too much of them. But I will say this: they dropped a ton of Easter eggs in this show. I talked to Larry about it yesterday. Matter of fact, after I watched the show, Larry was gracious enough to answer his phone because I was like, we need to talk about a couple things, man. We were just tossing ideas. Now, of course, we ain't gonna get on here and say 100% confirmed that patches in the MCU or none of that. We ain't gonna say none of that.
I'm ready to confirm something. I know that for sure.
But what I will say is this: that they are really right now Disney Plus, and I can kind of see what their quote unquote end game is for the Disney Plus vehicle for their shows. They are actually building a world. Like we only knew the MCU based on Iron Man, Thor, The Incredible Hulk to a degree. So what now, Larry?
New York through Spider-Man. We knew New York through Iron Man.
Right.
We knew Sokovia.
We call Luke Cage.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, because they say that Luke Cage was part of the MCU, but all they show was like newspaper clippings of the event. That to me, that don't count. You know, that's what really kind of pissed me off about those Netflix shows. But with what's going on Disney Plus, though, man, I mean, come on. As much as I don't too much care about the U.S. agent character, they repping Georgia in the MCU. You know what I'm saying? Because I mean, in the comic book, you know, U.S. agents from Georgia. You know what I'm saying? So to me, it's a lot of good world building going on, man. They're expanding, and you know, hopefully this is not a spoiler for anybody. But if it is, they dropped the country of Madripoor.
Mm-hmm.
You know what Madripoor is all about. There's one particular character, and I'm not speculating. Let me say that right now. But it was exciting to hear that they dropped Madripoor because in the comic book, that's where Wolverine hang out a lot. You know, he goes under his synonym of Patch. You know, that's where he want to go and do dirt and fight people and mess around with some women and all that kind of stuff. You know, so to me, it was exciting just to hear that because that lets me know they have a broader picture painted for the MCU going forward. You know. So one other thing I'm gonna say, I'm gonna pass it on to Larry. Sharon Carter. I don't know what she was doing between now and the last. She had bought her some Tybo tape from a pawn shop in Madripoor. She was watching that movie Chuck Norris. Oh my god, I can't remember Delta Force One. She was watching all that stuff. But whatever she was doing, boy.
When she took him back to the crib?
Man, she took him back to the crib, man.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't want to be exonerated.
Exactly. I mean, for real. I mean, overall, that episode was really good. I was pissed off at Sam. I'm not gonna say why, but y'all know if y'all watched the episode, like, dude, come on, man, y'all on a covert mission.
No, we got to spoil, man. Don't
we spoiled because I was like,
seen it by now, man. Come on now, they done had almost 2 days.
Okay, so
come on, we got to talk about it.
Spoiler alert, anybody?
Like, come on now.
Hey, if you ain't seen it, just watch the show on replay.
Yeah,
let's get down to business.
We got to talk about it, man.
Well, I mean, you know,
this reverberation across the nation.
You on an undercover mission, man, and you under this whole what's his name, whatever Tiger, whatever he was called, Panthro. I don't know.
White.
It was some kind of brown tiger or something. It had something like that. And then you keep your phone on, man, and then it's your sister. Like, come on, dude. Like, don't you know how to go on a covert mission, bro? I mean, I was kind of upset with him because of that, but of course I knew that was part of the story.
Why does he keep coming off like the only one that ain't a superhero, dog?
Because maybe it could be because of the fact that he's growing into it. Because you got to think about this. I mean, the whole gist of the show, if you look at the crux of Falcon and the Winter Soldier, the whole reason why they're going through all this, number one, is because he gave up the shield, which was dumb. And number two, they got this super soldier program, of course, that ties in with the Winter Soldier, Baron Zemo and stuff. And I'm sitting here like, man, y'all basically trying to be on the run like y'all were at the end of the second at the end of Winter Soldier. Like, man,
Winter Soldier,
Baron Zemo out of jail. Like, man, what is going on? But you know what? I trust like
he acting like he's in charge though, and he's the one that keeps messing everything. He don't want to do nothing.
Right. But I think at the end of the day, when it all comes down to the end, I think all of it's gonna make sense. So I'm like X in a sense where he says, in Feige we trust. I think there's gonna be, you know, and I hate using this all the time, but there's gonna be an end game to it. That's actually because I mean, you think about it, they got 3 more episodes to go.
Yeah.
So we're right back at the point that we were with WandaVision. It's like man, how they gonna tie all this stuff up, man? They got so much stuff going on, like
especially with what happened at the end.
But see, this is what I think, man. I think they're going to, I know it's probably obvious to some people, I mean, if you're paying attention, but I don't know, man, but Baron Zemo's a star, dog.
Oh, yeah.
They got to either do the Thunderbolts, you know what I'm saying, or they got to do something like, and they got to incorporate him because he's becoming a likable character in this episode. You can't kill him off, you know what I'm saying? Don't kill him off like Killmonger or how they kill folks off. They got to let him marinate, dog.
Bro,
let him get some redemption.
He got even more popular with that little dance he did that became a meme.
Now,
when he throws the shearling on though, and then he has the mask, dog. I mean, I got to fuck with Zemo, man. Excuse my language. I got to, man. You know what I'm saying? When he shot the doctor up in there,
yeah.
Hey, when he shot the doctor up in there, you know, people could say he was involved or he knew what was going on. He was just thinking like, if I was this doctor, I would have a gun up under here. So he went to feeling. He found one and he did what
gun.
You know
we get a little bit more story with him. You know, this episode fleshed him out a little bit more compared to what we got in Civil War. And you know, he was hunting Hydra people from the get-go. You know, that was his job to make sure they don't create no more secrets.
Exactly. That's why he off the doctor, because he's like, okay, you ain't even got what we looking for, so we don't even need you, and you can do more damage than good. So boom, you up out of here. Now let's go do it. Let's go find them 20 vials. You know what I'm saying? That's what we got to get rid of. 20 vials.
Me and Larry, we talked about that too, but we're gonna keep that to the chest tonight. We might maybe have time to talk about that.
We're gonna have to talk about it off air then.
Yeah, we'll talk about it off air, but
it's a lot. It's a lot this episode unpacked, man. When you think about, like Al said, Madripoor, man, that leaves Madam Hydra out there. I don't know if the guy there that sounds supposed to be was named Tiger, but I don't know if that's supposed to be Tiger, or you know, I mean, Madripoor was like a cesspool, man. It's like that's where everybody went to do dirt, you know, like that's just it's the all-time worst.
I'm telling my wife it looked like a cow.
Yeah, I guess it's like it's like Marvel's Gotham, I guess. It's like it's just, And you know, you had Sharon Carter, who she's up to something that I guess won't find out.
Getting how she lived though. That's real.
You got the Power Broker. That's something they keep throwing out. The Power Broker, although most people know about the Power Broker in the comics. We talked about the 20 subjects that can be tied back to. It's like Al said, it's loose, but it was like 20 people in the Weapons Plus or Weapon X program that, you know, Captain America was test subject number 1 in the Weapon X program. It's a lot of things, and that's real loose. I'm not telling anybody to take that to heart, like I said. Yeah. It's a lot of things they threw out in this one.
I think that's got some legs, though. I think that has some legs.
Yeah, but the question, though, I hear what everybody's saying, but where the fuck is Mephisto? Because I was Mephisto was going to show up.
He was. I saw him. He was graffitied on the side of that container before it blew up.
I told you, man. I posted a picture in the group on Facebook, man. He was opening shoe stores. That's why he didn't show up.
He's at the mall now. Price of shoes, but
right. He was opening up Mephisto's shoes, Mephisto's loafers.
I had posted something on
Mephisto somewhere. He's gonna ruin Spider-Man and Mary Jane's relationship before he even begins.
Right.
Mephisto's shoes, prices so low, they're demon.
I didn't know this, and I'm gonna let Larry finish, but I didn't know this until I actually saw a meme about it that I posted on the Comic Hall page. Was that apparently the rumor mill about this episode is that Omega Red was supposed to
but that's why X-Men 4 was taking the surge, because they was expected that he's gonna be in.
Man,
I'm like, where? He's becoming Mephisto. It's like, where would they fit him in this book? Where are you gonna put him in at?
I didn't even understand the logic of trying to think that Omega Red will fit. Omega Red's from fucking Russia, man. He will be from Russia, not here.
I'd rather see him.
Y'all see my face, right?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
You might see Omega Red and Black Widow if anywhere. Since they
we ain't even seen the goddamn Power Broker.
You ain't even seen him yet.
About Omega Red. Bro, we don't know who all the fuck working for the Power Broker.
Yeah.
We just now seeing this GCF Foundation folk getting situated. We just not seeing that.
Yeah.
Omega Red. Y'all kidding me, man?
Hey man, that was the rumor mill. So apparently that makes sense on why X-Men #4 was going up like I love I mean,
all right, well, I'm gonna put this out here now. Then, if we're gonna see Omega Red, then I guess we'll see Strife at some point this season.
Right, might as well.
Bishop, there was that Madripoor. Bishop, you're gonna find Bishop. He might be over there.
See some other members of Fable 6
who's that girl that always hung out with Strong Guy in X Factor? She was from Madripoor.
Boom Boom.
No, not Boom Boom. It's the other one. I think she has like teleportation powers or something like that. She used to be around Strong Guy a lot, and Strong Guy actually had deals in.
You ain't talking about Leela Cheney, are you?
Yeah, talking about her. But she used to be.
I don't know if you've seen that. The first appearance of Bishop had been going up because they were saying something about key collector. It's some speculation about him showing up.
Man,
that was
just stop.
This is another case of when spec goes wrong. Pretty much, man.
Because nobody's specking on Zemo and he's in the episode.
Right, they just started yesterday. Remote.
But I mean, I'm saying, like, which one? You gonna go to his original one, or you know what I'm saying? Like his original appearance? Like, it's like not even the same character.
That's like
said something earlier that people keying in on. They
talked about they mentioned Red Skull by name.
Yeah,
right.
You know what I'm saying? Nobody's specking on Red Skull. I mean,
ain't nobody worried about him no more.
Went through the roof yesterday.
What went through the roof?
Tales of Suspense.
Which one?
25. I think it's 25 or 27. First Sharon Carter went through the roof. That book was literally, it was nothing.
And remember when Who Dat was on the show and he was saying the same thing.
Yeah, he said that. He said, get that
Sharon Carter.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Now they week before last.
Ridiculous.
And we talked about that about a couple of weeks ago when Jace was on the show. Like, why would that book go back up when it's already been spec'd on? Like, that doesn't even make sense, man. She's already made her first appearance in the MCU. That's a dream, man.
I'm still good about this X-Men 4, man.
I found this in the 50 Cent bin yesterday. I just grabbed it just because it had her name on it. You know what I'm saying? Like, why not?
Well,
that's $2,000 book now.
Like I was telling Al, I ain't calling no names, man, but somebody said 9.8 and X-Men 4 was going for about $1,000, but I ain't calling no names. So who said that?
Hey, man.
I already know.
X-Men 4 for $1,000.
But
I can't even say some shit that sounds so ludicrous. I can't even figure out what I want to say. It sounds so ludicrous.
hey, save it for the main event, brother.
But like you were saying, Al, like they're building a world. Like you could have a bunch of spinoff shows just from the whole Captain America franchise. Like this could be contained within Captain America. You could use Big Bear and Zemo and go that route with it. You could focus on, like you said, you could potentially do the Weapon X program and go from Captain America down and then eventually make it to Wolverine, you know what I'm saying? And everybody.
But we're going to take it a step farther. A lot of people hadn't paid attention that you saw Speed and Wiccan in one division. You might, I don't know, they speaking that these dudes were going to be Patriot. You got America Chavez. You basically got the Young Avengers.
Yeah.
Ready to go.
Yeah. And then what's his name?
One or two.
Isaiah Bradley.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Isaiah Bradley's grandson. His name was Eli out there. I mean, might be one of the Young Avengers, or you know, there was a couple of them. That's a whole. You can do a whole other thing. A whole other. You can do a show just with him.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Just a little couple of episodes. Like these little 6-episode series are setting you up to whereas you will be, you know, palatable for us to whereas if they only gave somebody a small show, for a couple of episodes, we'd be cool with it.
And the crazy part of it is, if I can speak for myself, man, the shows are fulfilling. Like when after I watched the show, I'm like, damn, man, this is some good shit right here. Like it's almost like visual crack almost. It's like, man, I want more of this.
When the soldier went up in that bar and got busy, I was like, yeah, man, yeah.
The movie and broke it down into the hour episodes. It looks like that's what it honestly looks like they did. I mean, because it's movie quality.
Mm-hmm. And Chris, the funny thing is, yeah, go ahead, Chris.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about, Jace. That one. That's Zemo.
I like it because the first episode, just like the best, I think it was like the last trailer they gave us, really had that feel of taking us back to when the MCU started. Remember back 2008, first Iron Man dropped, and it was like a whole new ball game of comic book movies because Jon Favreau actually did really amazing cinematography. He built an actual Iron Man suit for him to wear. They had great action scenes. It wasn't too over the top. It was a well-balanced beginning, middle, and end story. And the Winter Soldier and Falcon have that exact same feel to it. Yeah. That first episode, when he jumps out the plane and is flying through the canyon and getting chased and everything, that was so reminiscent of the first time Tony put on the Iron Man suit and went out there and rescued those refugees.
Yeah.
For at least, definitely for me, when I was watching it. Like, it had that exact same feel to it, Don Cheadle being in the first episode was really great to see. It was one of those things where it was just like, it wasn't just James Rhodes talking to Sam Wilson. It was one black dude looking at another black dude and basically telling him, you realize they ain't gonna never give you another chance at this, right?
Right.
Did you sure you wanted to give up the shield? Because they ain't gonna never let you get it again. Now that you done gave it up. Like, it had that feel in that moment of that, that underline of just like, man, look.
You done fucked up.
Right. That's exactly that feel of it. That's exactly the feel of it. He was basically just like, he done fucked up. Like, you should have kept the shield. Yeah. But they ain't gonna never let you put it back on.
That's the underlining thing through the whole series so far. Right. You done fucked up, bruh.
Right.
Basically.
And then once Bucky gets introduced, and him and Bucky are talking, it has that same feel of Hulk and Thor from Ragnarok. Yeah. That kind of buddy cop feel of the way that they bounced off of each other when they talking to each other. So it gives you that.
I feel that this is more serious though. This is much more serious.
Definitely. But then I also love the fact that they show you that not all of the Avengers are well off. I know this is all like after the blip and all that, which I still think is a dumb name to call it a blip. But that they still show you that there is fallout from being an Avenger. It's real. Like, okay, Tony Stark's a billionaire. Thor's a god. Captain America got 70 years worth of back pay from the government. He ain't gonna never have to work. But Bucky and Sam is just like, man, I may have to go get a job at the Piggly Wiggly. Like, I got bills to pay. I got like, I may be bagging groceries. I
ain't Captain America.
Right. I ain't Captain America. When dude was like, well, how did that work? Did you guys like, no, people just helped out. But the reality is,
the company who Sam was.
Right. Yeah. And that was also too, like, it had that moment right there was really great to me, that the two white cops pull up and they see that the two of them are getting into it and completely ignore Sam and look at Bucky and they're just like, is this man bothering you? And it's like, like, just show him your ID. I ain't showing him
that reminds me of like a scene from 48 Hours. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
When they were fighting on the street.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, shit.
Also reminded me of the first episode of Black Lightning. They did the same thing. They showed the realities of a black man in America getting dealt with, and showing that even though he is Sam Wilson, he is Falcon, he is an Avenger, he helped save the world, he still has to face the same realities and problems.
He can't get it back home.
Right, that every other black person on the planet has to face.
And you add in him hearing Isaiah's backstory on what they did with him.
Yeah,
that even had saying, man, maybe it was a good thing I didn't take the shield because they screwed him over and he was Captain America.
Right, exactly.
It didn't even acknowledge that he was Captain America.
Captain America,
we all know
right?
Why.
Exactly.
1866.
Well, Matt, since you got the go ahead, Chris. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, so yeah, so all in all, it is that show. It is an amazing show, but on top of it being an amazing show, I feel that it is more so than, like I always say, more so than Black Panther. Falcon and the Winter Soldier is the show that the MCU needed. Because everybody was like, oh, Black Panther's amazing because they had all these black people on it and black people working on it, blah, blah, blah. But let's just be real. Black Panther is not something that the average black person can relate to.
Hey, whereas, Wakanda's for 1%ers.
Right.
Yeah.
Whereas Falcon and the Winter Soldier in that one episode gave you, in the episodes that have been on, have given you relatable things. Like all of us probably has at least one family member or knows a friend who had somebody who knew somebody who can tell you about the Tuskegee Airmen and the stuff that they went through and experimentation in the government on black soldiers and stuff like that. It gives you relatable moments that you can actually reach out to and sympathize with and be like, I know what that's like, or I know somebody who knows what that's like, who's been through that moment. So it helps you connect better to the story because it's more real, it's more grounded. And that's that's why it's going to be great like that.
I got another question before we jump off of it because we're going to forget all about it. Sean and Al, what about when baby girl shows up at the end and confronts Winter Soldier about I got to take Baron Zemo for killing King T'Chaka. You feel me?
Yeah.
He left them little things around, and he went and picked them up because he an honorary Wakandan now.
Yeah,
he a brother now. He he's been eating soul food for the last 5 years. You know.
Chitlins.
Yeah, he a little different now.
They don't eat chitlins in Wakanda, man.
Yeah.
You know. What's your thoughts on it, man? Though
he was out there. Hey. He definitely can spot a sister from in the cuts. He was able to identify that.
Oh yeah, he knew that. He's out.
He's like, oh, you was trying to get me. What's up, girl?
Happy birthday to Cantonese Comic Kid. Man.
Yeah, I just saw that. Happy birthday, Jill.
Oh. Happy birthday.
Oh, happy birthday, Jeff.
Yep.
But so what you think about that? How's that gonna play in? Because somehow he's gonna have to keep her from killing him for the next 3 episodes.
Yeah, man,
it's going to be interesting to see how that play out because we knew this was. I mean, in the back of my mind when they released Zemo, I was like, Wakanda coming after him, like they tried to come after what's his name from the movie, Claw. When they see somebody that they have a grudge with escape, they coming after him.
They coming to get him.
Yeah, and she is not. We seen her in the previous movies. Yeah. It's either you move or get dealt with.
Yeah,
and that
move
she probably going. Yeah, move or get
all of them. She got to.
And she probably will tell Bucky that because she like I'm on the mission to get Zemo and take him out.
Okay, so we talked about this, Larry, and I'm gonna let Matt speak his piece. We talked about this yesterday, so y'all are pretty much confirming that old girl that showed up at the end was the Dora Milaje. Was she? My question was with Larry though. Was she the one that had the staff when they came out of the portal on Endgame when they said whatever they're saying that chant? They were saying
Jawa Black Power.
I guess I don't know.
Mama say, Mama stop, Mama Kusa.
Collard greens and pinto beans. I don't know, man. It might be saying but no. The reason why I say it because man, and it goes back to what I said. I'm gonna let Matt take over with what he, his thoughts. But they are world building because who out of anybody that watched that show yesterday, thought, okay, well, somebody from Wakanda gonna show up. You know what I'm saying? That was the furthest thing from anybody's mind. But when I had to watch it twice, I said, hold up.
Yeah, he was picking them things up, and I'm like, what are those?
Hold up, she from Wakanda. And
he knew what they was.
Wakanda forever. That's the first thing I did, you know. But
they should have had Shuri.
Yeah, that's what I would have wanted to see.
But she could show up. We don't know though. We don't know. But what you think, man?
They're putting that kind of budget to the show. It could happen.
If I was an employee of Warner Brothers, I would probably be putting in my 2 weeks notice.
The whole goddamn company should put the 2 weeks notice in. Just go under.
Just when you watch this show, it draws you in. And you forget it's only 45 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And then that logo flash across, you like, damn, I gotta wait a whole nother week.
Mm-hmm.
This is what I told somebody a couple of months ago. I told them, I said, you want action, then you just wait. You're going to get all the espionage, all of the backdoor, all of the cutthroat, the skullduggery. You're going to get it all on this show. And we hadn't got past the area where I think we're getting a swerve somewhere. There will be a swerve.
I think it's Sharon Carter.
Yeah, that's what I said. There will be a swerve.
And she going to be,
There will be, it was me Hogan. There will be it was me Hogan moment. I mean, Austin, it was me Austin. We're going to get one of those moments. It's coming. Because this show, they have given you so much, like Chris said earlier, they have broken this thing down, as the old person say, to where the goats can get it. Because they have given you a look into Black America. They have given you a look in on a man who is trying to get over his issues of the past. They have given you someone who could not even come back to the country.
She's strange.
And they've got to figure out, well, how can we get her situated? Well, we don't know what her ulterior motive is. And as Al stated, what karate program did she enroll in? What Jeet Kune Do program did she roll into while all this was going on? While everybody else was blipped off the radar, she was in a class with Michael John White, one-on-one sessions. She showed up and was whipping ass. I had to ask her to pull back. Like, is this fucking Black Widow? Did they release this movie early?
Right.
Because she was out doing her. And I immediately said to myself, I started to text Larry and I said, I don't know if Larry watched it yet, so I ain't gonna say nothing. But I'm like, Larry gonna be eating this shit up if he see this. So this is Black Widow through and through right here. Especially when old boy decided he wanted to turn that corner with the gun, and she was standing right there, bam. So, you know, it's just so much in this, and then you get the end of the show. You get Black Panther involved, which is, now you're gonna start seeing the Shine Bone show. Oh shit, Black Panther at the end. We got to start watching it now. You know, and if that extends, so then you already know it's gonna be gangbusters. But I mean, this show is great, man. And week after week after week, it seems like it gets better and better and better. Now, the one thing I'm gonna tell you that I absolutely love about this show is that they have not revealed the villain. We know it's the Power Broker, but we have not seen the Power Broker, because what happened, and I think they've done it to this point to where when the Power Broker pops up, the power, it's kind of like when you think about Thanos, you might see him here, you see him and it's like, okay, oh shit. But with this Power Broker, this cat got his hands in the fire. Zemo don't even realize who this cat is. Zemo like, yeah, man, you know about this guy, man? I heard about him. But shit, if you only heard about him, this supposed to be a bad motherfucker.
Yeah,
exactly.
If Nitro ain't touched him,
he said I'm familiar with his work or something like that. He said something.
And did y'all see how quick the whole town turned when that chick got killed? So this thing here, man, is world class.
Okay, so who was the chick though, the one that got shot through the door?
Now, I have no clue. I was looking at that and I was going to ask y'all, who was that chick? Because she must have been somebody mighty important.
Yeah.
And so when they knocked her off, I was like, damn. And it, immediately everybody went after them. And I was like,
but
damn, dog.
That leads me to believe there's more super soldiers out there.
Bingo.
There's more super soldiers out there. They might only have 20 vials of that, but there's super soldiers out there that are protecting the power because the dude and the girl who stole the vials are scared.
Well, Remo, it's all coming together.
Yeah.
What we've got is Omega Red has the vials.
Yeah.
And he worked out to go
working from
but you got to check in with Alpha Flight first. And then once you try the Alpha Flight, they'll open the door, which is guarded by the power pack. And then after the power pack, they'll direct you to the Fantastic Four. And then from the Fantastic Four, they'll introduce you to John Cena. And then you can go through, you have completed the trifecta, and then you have completed the immortal super soldier that is John Cena. and then you have your ass. No, I just fucking
I don't know. He'll tell you Pace Pot Pete is the power broker next.
Pace Pot Pete.
Why y'all playing, man? John Cena might be a super soldier in Fast and Furious 9. Y'all ain't seen the trailer.
Ain't nobody studying them down. Fantastic Four. I mean,
no.
They going into outer space with the next one. Nobody, right. They're going into outer space, man. Come on. Just.
I mean, yeah, if you think about at the end of WandaVision, she pointed up. I mean, I don't know, man.
I was talking about Fast and Furious. The next Fast and Furious is going into outer space.
They might go into outer space.
They're going to meet the Guardians of the Galaxy. They have a crossover.
Look, this show
we'll
is
see Vin Diesel and group together.
Yeah.
This show is top line, man.
Yeah. I've enjoyed the first two. I got my doubts about Loki, just because I don't know if Loki can hold a story by himself.
Right.
So I'm interested to see the Loki show and how that plays out. But the first two have been great.
This is 6 episodes, right?
Yeah. And then She-Hulk too, right?
She-Hulk
still supposed to be coming.
What, November or something like that?
I'm saying.
Ain't after Loki supposed to be Hawkeye?
I think so.
So those were the original 4 shows that they were supposed to start with.
I think the order's kind of jacked up.
No. After Loki, it's
Miss Marvel.
No. It's the Skrull. What's the
Secret Invasion?
Secret Invasion. Yeah. So, I mean, they've just really got this thing set up, man. Everybody's gonna have their own particular world, but we're getting all these characters.
I don't think they'll have enough time to fit everybody that in there that everybody's gonna want to see.
Yeah.
Let's see. Right now, I'm looking at the order. Is Loki right now is in post-production. Release date is June 11th. Black Widow, then What If is summer of 2021. Shang-Chi September 3rd, 2021. The Eternals November 5th. Miss Marvel late 2021. Hawkeye late 2021. Then you get Spider-Man to end the year off, and then everything else is 2022.
I totally forgot about the Eternals.
I heard that show was bad.
that movie gonna be so bad.
They showed it to some people and they said it wasn't good.
No, a bunch of characters don't nobody care about.
Nope, not at all. Not at all.
Oh no, man! It'll be interesting. I thought about Guardians of the Galaxy, so I have to give it a shot.
Man, ain't nobody checking for no Icarus, man.
The Eternals are too deep for them to
yeah.
They got Angelina Jolie in it, man. I want to give her a shot.
And
right, that
moving right along. We're gonna go into
Footloose and Fancy Free.
We're gonna go into some quick movie news. So I'm gonna share my screen. I think I got it this time. So we're gonna just do a couple of quick hits that I thought that was noteworthy. So can y'all see my screen?
Oh, there it is. Yep.
Okay. We're going to start with Resident Evil. Welcome to Raccoon City gets a release date. According to Collider.com, it was actually set for September 3rd, but it was moved to November 24th, 2021. So basically, from what I gather, the Resident Evil reboot is supposed to be more closer to the video game than the previous incarnations were, because it was loosely based on whatever they wanted to pick. Because Alice, I don't think was a character that was she wasn't no character that was originally in Resident Evil. So we got this to look forward to at the end of the year. Of course, we saw this news a while back, a couple of weeks ago. Black Adam release date is now July 29th of 2022, which The Rock actually posted a video of Times Square of the Black Adam logo right here. But what's interesting, well, actually, that's not showing the logo. It's just showing, there it is right there. But what's interesting, Shazam, they ain't changing his name to no Shazam. Don't let the smooth tape fool you. But what was interesting, when I actually saw this earlier, I saw this. LGBT is trans. Supposed to be the sequel to Shazam, which is coming out in 2023. So that was interesting to me because I've not heard anything. Right, I've not heard anything about this one, so I thought that was interesting. Ghost of Tsushima, one of the best games that came out last year, supposed to be in development for a movie. And as you all can see, John Wick's Chance Stahelski, I hope I pronounced his name correctly, is directing. Now, if this is any indication, I honestly, God, hope they don't mess this up, because, folks, this is an excellent game. They can actually take the game itself and put it on the big screen, and it'll probably make a bajillion dollars. So I'm really hoping that this actually comes through right. So lastly, well, not lastly, but as far as the blurbs, Mortal Kombat, this was the biggest thing. It got pushed back, and a lot of people were pissed off. It was supposed to come out April 16th, according to this, but it's instead coming out April the 23rd. Of course, it's going to premiere on theaters and HBO Max. The reason why, and this is going to be our next topic, and then we're going to get to our main discussion. The postponement comes the day before Warner Brothers plans to release another tentpole Godzilla vs. Kong. So basically, it looked like because Godzilla vs. Kong came out the gate and was doing pretty good, they decided to push Mortal Kombat back to try to make a little bit more money off of Godzilla vs. Kong. So does anybody have anything to say about any of those particular pieces of tidbits of news?
That makes good sense.
That is an extremely smart move. Bank on ride the coattails.
It's a good movie anyway.
Right, because thing. But when Warner Bros. Announced they were going to do the simultaneous release on HBO Max and in theaters, everybody in Hollywood doubted that it was going to work. They were saying that Warner Bros. Was doing a horrible thing, and that this wasn't the move. This ain't what the people want. And then they dropped the blockbuster with Godzilla vs. Kong, and I don't blame them for wanting it to be in theaters longer to make more money.
Makes sense to me.
Yeah.
Back, man.
Anybody got anything to say about any of the information that I just posted?
I'm good.
Resident Evil, I think that's going to be interesting, man. If it goes back to horror roots, I'd be interested to see that one.
Look, man. I haven't took allergy medicine yet. What's my boy that was in the third one? That was on the bus when them birds came out. Who was that? Who was that?
That was Shanti. Shanti and Mike Epps, wasn't it?
Mike fucking Epps. Mike fucking Epps. Resident Evil. That shit don't even sound right together.
Mike Epps?
He was in it.
You didn't see the third one, bro?
No.
Yeah, he was in two of them. He was in part 2 and 3.
Yeah.
Your ass better call somebody.
I don't even remember him being
in there, man, on the bus.
Was he in the third one?
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, he wanted to date Ashanti.
Yeah.
Because he got bit. I didn't think he made it to the third one.
It's garbage.
Yep.
That one. It did the last one. Oh my god.
Then Ashanti got killed.
Oh man, you talking about
Women's
rap?
Yeah, she ain't had no business being in that movie anyway.
That movie
I stopped watching that too, man.
Yeah, I think I stopped watching too.
Yeah, garbage. That movie was straight.
That was the one where she was inside of the house or whatever.
The one where she was inside the facility.
Yeah,
That
was the last one I watched with the big dude chasing her. The big
Resident Evil was another victim, man, of not knowing how to end the series.
Yeah,
they had to go.
Well,
they didn't know how to start the series.
Well, the big problem was that the director of the films, of the entire set of films, is also Mila Jovovich's husband.
Yeah.
So therein lies that issue there, because
he don't know how to tell her no.
Well, I mean, they got like 4 kids, some junk. That's 2 paychecks. Like,
I don't blame them. I blame the studio that keep giving them money to make the movies because they make the money.
This movie was on the level of some shit Uwe Boll will put out.
But they also get Monster Hunter.
Yeah,
Monster Hunter flop though.
Just like the game.
It flopped, man. Don't get me wrong. It flopped, but I think it flopped because of COVID. Bro, if you got 3,000 or 4,000 movie theaters open and people are able to go see a trash movie, is gonna make $50 or $60 million first weekend. That's just true, and that's why COVID has impacted things so bad. They were happy that a movie made $16 million first weekend here. That's garbage, man. I'm talking on the strength of nothing. You will make 50 or 60 million first weekend. This because people ain't got nothing to do. We're gonna go to
shit. Let's get to working. Let's go. Comment hole, visits. Well, I'll say that. Visits, comic museum. We can make a movie out of that.
Documentary.
I almost had one of them stories today, man. But it didn't turn out that way.
But you're right, Larry. Think about it. I mean, 2020 ended with Harley Quinn and the Birds of Prey movie being the highest grossing movie of the year.
Yeah.
In 2020. That garbage ass movie. Horrible.
Harley Quinn and the Birds of Prey.
He said garbage.
Hey man,
look, y'all know I'll defend the DC. Y'all know I'll defend the DC movie. You know I will, but God, Lord, have mercy. If somebody gave me the opportunity to get time back in my life, it would be them 2 hours.
Think about it. or even Wonder Woman for that matter. You think about how much more money Wonder Woman would have made if COVID put in effect.
Right.
If I would have paid my money and sat in that movie theater and watched that holy shit. Are you kidding me?
It was better than Birds of Prey.
Are you kidding me, bro? Are you kidding me? I had to sit there watching Maxwell Lord for that long, eating nachos and jalapenos, man. In a big car.
Life is good.
Next to you.
And Mr.
Better.
You gotta lower it down like that.
Man, please. Y'all had to get me up at the hospital, man. I'd have had a connection. They say the Lord worked things out. He worked it out just right for me to be at home when I started.
Right. Speaking of home, I watched Godzilla at home today.
What's your thoughts?
Good review on IG. I watched it earlier before I got on.
So you haven't watched it yet, Chris?
No, I ain't watched it yet.
Who's watched it on the panel? I know you watched it. Have you watched it, Sean? You watched it?
I watched it. And I will say this, Al, if you watched yesterday's show with me and VV, he hated the movie.
I saw his story on IG.
He hated them. He said he loved King of Monsters, and he said this was.
Well, I'm sorry, but man, look. Let me just say this, and I'm not gonna go on no tangent.
Stay saving it.
Y'all see what's on my wall, right? If there is, aside from X-Men, if there is a property that I'm absolutely in love with,
it is Godzilla.
We've had this talk for as long as we've known each other. I have been a fan of Godzilla since the days Remo brought it up earlier. Superstation WTBS, Atlanta, Georgia. They used to show Godzilla movies during Easter. They showed Godzilla movies for the 4th of July. They showed Godzilla movies
Christmas
for Christmas. They showed Godzilla movies for Thanksgiving. Anytime them people said, "Hey man, hey Bob, I don't want to do shit today." All right, dog. Let's throw about 3 or 4 Godzilla movies on and we good. I ate that stuff up. So
2 in the morning be some Godzilla movies on.
Dude, I have in some type of media, whether DVD, MP4 file, I have every Toho movie. Not Betamax. I might have to go out and find them because they might be worth some money one day. Right. But I'm telling you, I have every Toho movie that has ever been produced. I've watched all of them time and time again. I know terrible movies. I know bad movies. There are some horrible Godzilla movies. Godzilla versus Kong is not one of them, man. Now
it's worth $100 on Betamax.
Yeah, I thought the film was good, but it was good too. Yeah, it was a slow middle, you know, and some of the humans are like, yeah, get the fuck off the screen. Let's get Godzilla and Kong and
let's get back to the
down. Yeah.
I thought the same thing, Sean. It was one. It was Go ahead, Larry.
I guess that's the best way to put it. I thought it was what it was supposed to be.
Yeah. I think that once you got them humans out the way, man.
Lots of garlic too. You have garlic.
It was all, like you said, it was all down to action because Godzilla dropped in and it was ass whooping time, boy.
And I'm gonna tell you something. See, and a lot of people and some of the negative stuff that I've seen. Now I ain't gonna lie, I respect VV's opinion because VV he got good taste in movies. So I understand if he has a legitimate gripe about the movie, I take it to heart. But for me personally, I have somewhat of a bias because I'm a huge fan of Godzilla. I'm not gonna lie. Now the movie was not without its problems, but one of the biggest problems that I've seen people talk about on the internet is the human interaction. Do you realize how boring a Godzilla movie would be if they fought for an hour and a half straight? They'd have to take a break and drink some Gatorade. Like, hold up, Kong. I need to go to Checkers, man. I'm hungry. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't have a Godzilla movie without human interaction. Now, the issue is whether or not you have too much. A lot of people was complaining about 11.
I will argue that Skull Island had the best cast of these recent movies because you had Samuel, you had Tom Hiddleston, for God's sakes, Brie Larson and stuff, and they had a cast that did not bore me. You know, like you actually liked those characters and you wanted to see more. I mean, what's his name? The guy who got stuck on Kong Island. He was one of the best characters in that movie. He's like, yo, that dude's awesome. You know, I felt like even from the first Godzilla movie, none of the human characters really interest me as much. I feel like that's one of the problems I have with these movies is that if the human elements aren't interesting, then I kind of just lag on them because I'm like, just keep the movie flowing and get back to Godzilla versus Kong because y'all not interested in me. Whereas the characters in Kong Skull Island were interesting. They all had different personalities, different elements to each other, and you know, of course, Samuel Jackson is Samuel Jackson, so you're gonna like him regardless if his character's an asshole or not. So I feel like Skull Island set the standard of how you cast characters and cast stars in there to keep your interest. Whereas the Godzilla movies, and even in this one, the cast isn't as strong. Yeah, John C. Reilly, he was awesome in that movie. The cast isn't as strong as the Godzilla movies compared to Skull Island.
Now that I got it, I get it, because Kong, Skull Island, it had a strong cast. I will agree with you 100%. But I think personally, when a lot of people, their complaints in regards to the movie itself is that even with the cast that's engaging now, and I agree with you, there's probably about 2 or 3 people that I didn't care about. One particular was the girl that kept calling Kong a monkey. I started to get offended over that. I ain't gonna lie. Hold on, why you call it a monkey?
Like, I got your monkey, dog.
Right, like I got your monkey. But no, man. But aside from that, man, me personally, I watched the movie for Godzilla. I watched the movie for Kong. When it came down to the action scenes, bro, they went at it. You know what I'm saying? Now, would I have rather seen more? Yeah, but at the same time, man, I understand that there has to be, there has to be a narrative explained and moving the movie forward and stuff. But I will agree. Now, one biggest complaint I saw was 11. Millie Bobby Brown. People said, well, why is she in the movie? Like, do you realize she was actually in the original movie when they rebooted it back in 2014? Yeah. So if this is a continuation of the series within that universe, and her, she plays a role, her dad plays a role, then she's gonna be in the movie. Now, like I said, there was a couple other things that I didn't like jive with completely, and I'm not gonna really, because since it's a fresh movie, I'm not gonna go into it at this point. But me personally, man, I enjoyed it. I mean, at the end of the day, I have it on Blu-ray when it comes out because I'm just that big of a fan. It wasn't a terrible movie.
Right. I ain't saying who won. Me and Al discussed it earlier. I don't see no way possible that Godzilla could beat King Kong. That's just me.
Look at man.
The gorilla though is gonna win every time.
The what there?
The gorilla though.
Well, thank you for not calling him a monkey, because that shit right, that was getting on my nerves, man. But
I forgot what part in the movie, but I was like, man, Kong could sure use Gorilla Grodd's brain. Grodd be fucking shit up and intellectually outsmarting you.
Man, he would just dismounted, scrambled his brain, and that would have been it right there. So. But yeah, man, I enjoyed the movie. I mean, and like I said, I would sit down and watch it again. And I think one of the reasons why I liked it, and we can move on if nobody else has anything to say afterwards, is that I can see certain things, like there were Easter eggs, because whoever directed the movie, they took time to put Easter eggs in there from previous movies. Like there was an Easter egg, like when Kong was on the ship, like when they were transporting. There was a King Kong movie that came out in 1976, and they lifted that scene from that scene in the movie from 1976. And I remember that there were certain scenes in the movie, like when Kong,
they found him, right? They found him and brought
him. And they kind of reenacted the same scene, but they changed it, of course. I mean, there was like Terra Mecha Godzilla. They had Easter eggs for that. Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla. Even the first Godzilla versus King Kong, they had subtle Easter eggs in that movie. And of course, as a fan, I ate that up. So I mean, I can't be the one to say I hated it with all my heart, but at the same time, I can't say it was the best movie. But I enjoyed it.
It's gonna be a reboot of a movie that you've seen a million times.
Right.
So it's not like they can only mess it up. You know what I mean? Like it's not reinventing the wheel. It's like it's just going to be an updated version of the movie that you enjoyed. So, I mean, I think when people go into it thinking it's going to be something totally different, it's not. It's the same story told by a different director.
Highlight Jace's comment. Why was this man's name in the main credits and he got less than 2 minutes of screen time? What? You talking Cedric Daniels from The Wire. You talk about the brother from John Wick. Mm-hmm. And he only got less than 2 fucking minutes in the movie.
I always thought that, though, growing up, that watching the Godzilla movie, King Kong had no reason being in a Godzilla movie. Because Godzilla could just burn him up if he really wanted to. You know what I'm saying? He could just catch him on fire and end it.
He put a laser on that ass.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So, I mean, I always thought it was more so like it was like a tune-up fight. You know what I'm saying? It was like
a gorilla, bro. And I keep saying gorilla. A gorilla, man, is totally human as you gonna get, man. He gotta have some form of intelligence. Not to mention, man, you look at King Kong reach, bro. Come on, man, Godzilla arms like this.
I know, but he got the laser. You know the.
Bro,
That's all he got,
bro.
Yeah, man. All he got to do is remember when he was trying to teach Godzuki how to do. He step on his tail and he blocked the little ring.
Hey, man. At the
Like,
end,
you know, he was like, bro, you ain't even touched the iceberg yet.
At the end of the day, my man Jace says it best, and I quote: "Mechagodzilla was tossing Godzilla around like he was Spike Lee. He was putting the metallic paws to Godzilla."
I did like when they activated Mechagodzilla and he immediately fucking turned to the dude, the creator, and just wiped him the out.
The cool part of that to me was how they incorporated. I can't really go into detail for people that hadn't seen it, but a previous monster that was in the earlier movies. I loved how they did that and how they explained that, man. So I was thinking the whole time, like, okay, so the consciousness of that other monster was in Mechagodzilla, and he's like, man, I got to get some straightening on his ass because he killed him. That's how I thought. But you know, overall, man, I thought it was a solid movie, man. Like I said, on my IG page, man, I give it a 7 and 8, 7.58. I mean, I think
do you think the Monster Universe continues from here, or do you think they end?
I think so, because the way they explain certain things in the movie, they could go. I mean, the problem is trying to create stories to revolve around the monsters, because in the Monster Universe, these monsters, they weren't known until recently, and now because I mean, there's a ton of monsters in the Godzilla universe, man. You got Anguirus, you got Megalon, you got Violante, you got
Ghidra.
You got Ghidra, you got King Caesar. I mean, you got a whole bunch of stuff that they can work with. Yeah. But the problem is how to put these monsters, unless they do like a Monster Island. Now I can see
they had their own movies, because even Mothra had his own movie, like
Mothra, Rodan.
Rodan. Like they don't all have to involve Godzilla or King Kong. Like, you know what I'm saying? They got their own. They did their own thing. Remember the little girl, Mothra.
I'll say this: they better put them on the island, because they completely destroyed.
They destroyed Japan. Huh?
They destroyed Japan. I'm like, there was nothing left.
Many a times.
Yeah, there was but compared, like this was like the ultimate destruction of Japan. Like those fake buildings back in the day, they don't even measure up to what they did.
Right. All right, guys. Well, we're getting close to that main topic of discussion. One thing I just want to put up on the screen right quick. Sony's deactivating the PSN store for PSP, Vita, and PS3 games soon. So if you are a collector of comics or video games and you like digital media, please go and check them out, because they're going to be shutting that down quick. Okay. Main event. And he's powering up.
You see, about to come Super.
All right. So this is a topic of discussion that I have talked to with Tired of Comic Museums and the Icon, the showstopper in the main event. So Big Remo, aka Filth, Triple F, Puff 83, and Sith 2814. We're gonna bring you all, as well as the rest of the chat, into the conversation. The main topic for this evening is going to be, what price will you pay to lose customers? So I'm gonna set the tone for this, and I'm gonna let y'all have it. Basically, what we've been seeing lately in our city, we've been seeing a situation where comic book store owners are going crazy. They're going absolutely insane. They're alienating customers for reasons that the only thing that we can come up with is greed. We've been seeing situations, especially with one of the most recent stores that we've been going to, where either and I'm gonna let them explain their situation because Matt as well as Larry have their own axe to grind, quote unquote. I'm just putting that out there, but we've seen situations where these particular, one which shall remain nameless, not gonna put them under the microscope. This individual is centered, his whole ordeal is centered around money. Now, we all know on this panel that money, capital makes the world go round. Capitalism is what drives America, corporate America, whatnot. From the smallest of the small to the largest of the large. People need money to do whatever. We need money to go buy turkey meat to make sandwiches. We know this, and we do that by working. So we understand that. But when does it come to a point where you are not just trying to make money, but you are making money to try to beat people out of money? You incorporate and you enact certain practices that, in my opinion, are unscrupulous. And another opinion is greedy, straight up greed. Now, we've made this comment on the show several times before. Where we live, we have 3 comic book stores. 3. 1, 2, 3. Now, granted, these comic book stores are not like, oh my God, I got to get to this store because they got everything under the sun. But they do, in their own respective ways, have product, right? So just to give y'all a rundown, one of the stores has been down here for a long time. They've been the longest store in Macon. So for a while, we were going to this particular store on the regular. Then that particular comic book store owner started flaking out, wasn't ordering new books and stuff, and issues with getting books, and he started getting kind of crazy about the prices of his books or whatnot. So what I and the Comic Hall Roundtable discussion crew in Macon did, we went to store number 2. Larry found out about this store because he actually got a really good deal on a What If number 10, which is the first appearance of Jane Foster's store. So to support the comic book store, we decided to go to this particular store and patronize them. Well, I told this story on the show about how I was looking for the Long Shot miniseries. Make a long story short, this guy found it and he was overcharging for the cost of the Long Shot. And Matt ended up finding it at store number 1 in the dollar bin.
So this was store number 2 that ran up the price?
This was store number 2 that ran up the price. And he had a 5-issue series of Long Shot that he said he got from a comic book, I guess a show or something. And he was trying to charge me an upwards of $70 for the 5-book series. Now, Long Shot only has like 1 key, maybe 2. Yes.
Second cover. Okay.
It's Mojo, and I want to say Spiral. But like I say all the time, who is checking for Mojo and who is checking for Spiral to where you want to command $70 for a 5-issue limited series where only 1, maybe 2 of the books have any type of value, if any. So fast forward to the same comic book store owner took a Spawn number 1 book in. Matt was there when he took the book in, paid dirt cheap prices for the book, turned around and tried to sell it to Matt for about $30, $40 more in real time. This happened. So Larry had an issue. If he cares to share it, fine. If not, then that's fine. With this individual, where he tried to basically test Larry's credibility. Needless to say, majority of us, we packed up. I couldn't deal with him. I said, nope. I haven't been to this comic book store in well over a year, maybe even longer.
So that's 2 down out of how many? 3 stores?
Out of 3. Okay. So we go to the 3rd store. Third store started out good, really good. Staff is great, good people. I like going in there. The product is read is decent in terms of volume, but the store owner believes that everything that walks up in there should be offered at a premium. This is one of the store owners, one of these types of store owners that will scrape and go through his dollar bin
for the new keys
books out for any new keys. This is an individual that bought a large collection, roughly maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago, 36,000 books. In addition to that, he has books that was already at home. Now, this guy did a Berserker, you know, in the Berserker, the John Wick or Keanu Reeves book came out. He bought 1,000 of those books, right? He gave some of the books away. He had a little thing on a Sunday, and that's all he did. No sales, no discounts, no nothing. He just gave you a book and you went on about your way. Now, speaking personally, and I'm gonna let it go to Larry, Matt, whichever one want to talk first. My personal experience with him came one time. I explained to y'all, he tried to get me for the Ha #1. This is the same comic book store where I put this book on my pull list through previews, and he made every attempt to not give me that book. When it came down to it, he finally had to show what he had after he told me and Matt, and Larry was there too, that he didn't have the book. So, one, you lying, number one. Number two, there was a first appearance of Mystique that he had graded 9.0, 9.4, whatever. Me and Larry was in there, and it's crazy how this works because we somehow, if it's not me and Larry, it's me and Matt, or if it's all three of us.
You talking about the Avengers book?
No, it's a Miss Marvel book. It's either 16 to 18, the first appearance of Mystique, right? So I go in there, and I was willing to buy it. Me and Larry's outside talking. We were talking for about an hour. Larry said, hey, man, he still got that book up there. Now, mind you, the book been on the shelf for about a year. Ain't nobody checking for it.
Well, I say this. Before you go any further, I have to say, I told him to go in there and get it because, like, the books at one point were priced, and at one point, because I started to buy it, so the book was $90, and I let him pick up from there because if you don't know that the book was priced, then what he said doesn't really make sense. So now that you know the book was priced, he can continue his story.
Thank you, Larry. That's why you my boy, man, for real. All right. So the book was $90. Now, mind you, at one point, this particular comic book store owner had prices on his slabs. He has since taken them off, right? So Larry said, hey, man, you looking at the book. You know, I'm collecting all the X-Men, and in turn, I'm trying to get like first appearance of major X-Men villains or minor. All right, man, I go in there, cool, man. If he got it for $90, I get it. Go in there. Hey, fill in the blank. How much is the book? Because we go up to the book and he took the sticker off. He goes to the computer, goes on eBay, like we've talked about plenty of times before. And he goes to, you go to eBay and check whatever's been sold. Oh man, this book, last time this book sold was for $165. Okay, so what you telling me? Are you telling me that this is what you want for the book? So I'm sitting there, and while I'm in the store, I go collect, and I look at the book.
I want to cut you off right there, and I just want to say, if he had that shit on his shelf for a year and it was $90, and he took the sticker off, and now he want to look at it on eBay and say, "Oh, it's $165," I would be like, "Fuck you." Give me that $90 price tag that you had it for a whole fucking year. Stop that bullshit, bro.
It still says $90 on it.
Yeah, stop that bullshit. I saw it on your fucking shelf for a year saying $90. I wanted that $90. That's the bottom line. You can take that $165 off thing you saw on eBay and shove it up your ass, because I ain't having that shit.
You ain't pricing at that, so you ain't getting that price.
No.
That's why you my boy Sean. But Hey man, but seriously, this is how it went down, right? Okay, so $165. That's what he say. So I go collect, and I look at that book on Go Collect. Last sale was about maybe in February. The book sold for what Larry said it was worth, $90. So I proceeded to go to eBay. Now, this is the second time I told Matt, look, man, I ain't going back. Because they know when I say I'm not going back to a store, I'm not going back to a store. Even if they got to sell John Size X-Men be damned. I'm not going back to that store because regardless of what money that I put into that store, it might not mean nothing to you. Oh, look at the doggy. It might not mean nothing to you, but it means a lot to me because where I put my money is where I put my money. I want to support that place. So I go to eBay and I look up the book. What he did not tell me was that same book that he said sold for $165 also sold for $75. It also sold for $89. In addition to it being sold for $165. So what he did, he went on there and chose the highest grade or highest price of that book being sold. But he didn't tell me that the other two books sold for what they went for. So common sense would tell me, okay, so if the book sold anywhere between 75 and 165, shouldn't you come to some kind of happy medium to get it out your store? But no, he didn't do it. He didn't say, well, it went for 165, but I'll give it to you for 120. He didn't even do that. So that prompt the title of the main topic of this discussion is, what price will you pay to lose customers? Because if you continue to do this kind of stuff, one thing I've learned, and y'all correct me, Chris, Sean, Remo, y'all correct me if I'm wrong, but word of mouth travels a whole lot faster when you ain't doing what you're supposed to be doing, when you got garbage ass prices, when you got stank ass customer service, and when you one of them people that stay on eBay and won't budge. He does not realize that he is damaging himself more than he's helping himself, because at this point in time, he might be looking at the show. So now you know. But I cannot refer anybody to his store because it's not only just things that have happened to me. It's things that I have seen happen to Matt, and there's things that I've seen that happened to Larry. So this is not a one-trick pony. This is something that is continually going on. Now, it doesn't help for the fact that he has another individual, which we're going to call Snot Limit Whiplash. It doesn't help that he's got this dude pricing his books in his ear telling him, well, this is this, and this is that, and this is this, and this is that. It makes no sense for a comic book store to be in business, and goes back to what Matt has said before, to have a comic book store and you have books on the shelf, graded books for a year, and then have the audacity. I ain't gonna tell y'all the X-Men 12 story. I'm gonna let everybody else say their piece, but has the audacity to sit and tell us for the newest collection that he just pulled, he's grading about 200 books. But you got books on the shelf you ain't got rid of. So my question to the panel, what price will you pay? You being a comic store shop, what price do you pay to lose customers? Now I'm gonna go ahead and let Matt go because I know he's been stewing on this for probably about 3 or 4
Wait a minute now. Wait a minute now. The last time Matt ran it, we had to follow, and there was nothing to follow.
Okay, you said, all right, okay, all right. So this is what we'll do.
Matt gonna have to close it out.
So man, you gonna close it out
because I want to hear it all.
I ain't trying to follow Matt.
I don't want to rebuttal, but I will say this, and I'll keep it short and sweet. I think that in a situation like that, having listened to what you guys are going through and us having our own, it comes down to we just have to not patronize the store. You know, because if you have that stance and it happens to you, but yet you keep buying books from him, he's winning. Yeah. So whatever he does, he can choose to make. And I understand it might be a book you really want, and he might be the. But from what I can tell from you guys got it good to go to Dave's. I would make that my LCS. I just have to go there once or twice a month, and that would just have to be it. Every 2 weeks, I just have to drive down there and deal with him because that's an owner that has shot it straight with you. He don't mark his books up. He's not looking to sit on books, and that seems like everything I want from an LCS.
Right.
I wouldn't want to go to the dude that's trying to sell me his collection at top dollar, not leaving any meat on the bone whether I want to sell the book or not. You know what I mean? So that's my whole stance on it.
Well, it's funny you say that because I just told Larry and Matt that I wanted to make Dave's a destination where I go at least once a month.
Yeah.
Because I've gotten to the point now to where, and let me just say this, we don't go to comic book stores to try to, I mean, we want to get the best price possible, but we also want a fair price.
Everybody
you know what I'm saying? So if it's a fair price, because at when I was going to get that Miss Marvel book, I was willing to go $110, even though it was only being sold for $90 at the time. But he wouldn't even offer to sell it for anything less than $165.
Or meet you in the middle.
Right.
That's ridiculous.
So at that point, man, it's like, man, you know, why am I here? Now, granted, I still get my new pulls, but I told Larry and Matt, I said, look, man, anything else outside of what I have on my pull list, if I continue to get books here, I'm not getting anything else. But then I have another LCS up the road. Shout out to Origin Story Comics. If I wanted to get all my pulls there, I can. I've never had a situation where I've ordered a book for them and they said, well, you know, it's accounted for, which I'm sure Matt's going to go into because that's what he was told recently about a book that just came out. So, Chris, go ahead, Sean.
Yeah, go ahead, Sean.
When you ask the question, the price to pay, will you pay to lose customers? You don't want to lose customers. That should be your main objective as a comic book store owner or as any business owner. You want customers coming in and you want customers walking out satisfied with your service. Okay? What that guy did is a complete slap in the face to everybody, including his own business. Because what you're trying to do is you had a book that's sitting on the shelf for a whole year at $90. Then all of a sudden you want to take the sticker off. So now nobody can come in there and say, oh, that's $90. Now you got to ask the man how much the book costs.
Right.
Hey, look here, man. The tip of the iceberg has not even been touched. Because if Larry shares his story, your eyes might bleed. Like real talk. Your eyes may very well bleed and your teeth may fall out of your mouth.
But like I said, like if that book was $90 and I come in there and I don't see the sticker on it, then I know something's wrong. Because now you're trying to add a new price to it without actually putting it on the book. So as soon as he says he's going to eBay, I'm like, man, fuck you, I'm walking the fuck out. Because that book was $90 for a year. I told this story before that I saw the first appearance of Apocalypse for $50 at my shop for a whole year. When I decided, okay, I'm gonna finally buy it, it was gone. All right, so obviously that comic shop was happy that it sold it for $50, or even gave him a discount if it's a long-time customer. But this guy, you're gonna have this book sit up there for a year, and then all of a sudden you want to change the price and go to eBay and say, "Oh, it's sold for $165." Fuck you, man. That's $90. Don't be playing that bullshit with me. That was $90 for a whole year, and now you want to jump the price up to $165 because that's what it last sold for eBay. I swear to God, man, it's like my pimp hand. It's like my pimp hand. This is bullshit.
That pimp hand strong.
Super strong. Super strong.
Chris,
that's all I got to say.
What you got to add to it, sir?
First off, fuck them. First off, fuck them. Because like Matt has said many times, if you ain't trying to make no money, put up the velvet rope, sell some popcorn, call it what it is. It's a museum. Let it go. When I was growing up, my dad always told me, if it ain't got a price tag on it, it's either free or it means you can't afford it. So for him to take the price tag off of it means obviously you don't want nobody to buy it, because I ain't gonna ask you. You ain't got a price tag on it. Obviously you don't want me to know. It's either, because the price tag not being on it means it's too expensive for me. But I think it's utterly ridiculous. Like I have absolutely no room in my wallet or my collection for a comic book to come from somebody who is intentionally trying to rob me. My entire life, I've always known and been taught that if somebody try to take something from you and you don't want them to have it, you just whoop their ass. And y'all, that comic shop is legitimately attempting to assault y'all. I mean, one of you should call the cops on it.
My dad is from Georgia. I can tell you. I know for a fact, because everything y'all telling me is exactly
that's how we do things down here. That's just how it is.
He said, whoop their ass.
Mollywop. Yeah, like next time if somebody just need to call the cops and charge them for assault, because that's what that is. Because you're gonna sit here knowing we are loyal customers. We've come in here, we have spent money in your store. It is a small shop. When it is a mom and pop organization, it's like all the signs when small business days come around and say, hey, support small business. When you buy from a small business, you are putting dinner on their table. You're paying one of their bills. You're keeping their lights on. You're buying school supplies. If you are a small shop and loyal customers are coming in week after week, literally dropping hundreds of dollars in your store, they are paying your employees. They are keeping your lights on at home. They're keeping the lights on in your store. And then you have the nerve, the gall, the audacity to go and try to basically rob them for as much as you possibly can on a book that ain't nobody else tried to get. That's just ridiculous. That is greed on a whole new level. You might as well just put on an orange lantern ring and call yourself Larfleeze and be done with it. Because you're trying to take everything. You're trying to get it all.
Damn. That's a great analogy too. Greedy, boy.
You being greedy. You trying to get everything. You know what I'm saying? And I ain't about to give you what's in my pocket. You know what I'm saying? Because as comic book consumers, when everybody talks about like money talks and money moves the world and we do that, but people don't really understand when it comes to comic books, as comic book collectors, legitimately, we have that power that will make a comic book or a comic book store, an LCS, rise or fall based off of us and what we spend. You have loyal customers coming to your store, and it's like, yeah, you may only have, say, 10 loyal customers, but those 10 loyal customers are spending $100 to $200 per customer. That's $2,000 a week. That's $8,000 in a month. That $8,000 is a car note, house note, rent, bills, and then you do something dumb to turn them away because you don't pay attention to your customers, and the next thing you know, that $8,000 a month is gone. And next thing you know, you on the side of the road like Pedro selling comic books like oranges, hoping somebody gonna pull up and get something from you. I got that Children of the Atom #2, man. You know you want it. Come on, man. Don't do it. Don't do it to yourself, because that's all you're doing. You are willingly shooting yourself in the foot. You are injuring yourself by making customers not want to come shop for you. I went into the comic book store in McDonough before it became Origin Story, and never went back because old boy in the store didn't want to help nobody. He was literally had tons of amazing things, but wasn't trying to get rid of none of it. Wasn't trying to move none of it. And then when Origin Stories got bought, the new orders came in, First thing they did was have a sale for like a week, trying to get rid of all of that back order stuff.
2 weeks.
2 weeks.
That sale went on for a minute.
I walked in there and cleaned up, buying everything from action figures to trade papers to back issues, comics, boxes, everything, because they were trying to make a profit. They were trying to make money. They were listening to the customers and they were moving this stuff. And they were making a name for themselves in the process. And that's what it's all about. And then you got shops down in Macon that are just, like I said, if I had the money, I'd come down to Macon and open up a shop and just put them all out of business.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm thinking right now, I'm like, y'all need to just open up a shop.
If I had the money, I'd come down to Macon, open up all out of business. And then I'd walk around and try to buy their back and just try to snowball them to get all their stuff from them. Like, look, man, I give you best I can do is a Chick-fil-A coupon and some Hot Pockets. And just try to take all their stuff.
What I'm gonna say, I'm gonna direct it at all shops. I'm gonna say eBay is eBay. Your local comic shop is your local comic shop for a reason. If we want eBay prices, we go to eBay. But for me, coming to you as your patron on a weekly basis, sometimes on a more than weekly basis, might just pop in out of the blue just to buy something for no reason at all. But for me, being your patron and a loyal patron, when somebody says that eBay is selling something for let's just say it's selling it for $600. And if I say, well, hey man, can you do 5? And if you tell me, well, it's a hot book and you know it's steady rising, you know, somebody last person bought it for 6 or 7. I understand they just bought it for 6 or 7. If I want to go on eBay and buy the book, then I'll go on eBay and buy the book. But if I'm coming to you as a local comic shop, and I know that you got this particular book out of a collection and that nothing was actually put into the book, you know, because you told me you got it out of a collection that you bought. So it's not like you put $400 or $500 into the book. So now anything I give you at this point is 100% profit. Technically, it's 1,000% profit. Don't get me wrong. I understand that you can maximize that particular sale, but this is just me knowing my city. I don't know too many people in this city that's gonna come in there and drop $800, $900, or $1,000 on a book just on a whim. Now, what you can do is you can take that particular book and sell it on eBay. But if you have a book that's on your wall, then I would think that you would be trying to sell it. You know, if it's a hot book and you don't want to sell it, then don't put it up there.
Yeah.
However, if you put it on the wall and then you actually tell me that I wasn't trying to sell the book was taking the place of another, or it was taking the place of an empty spot. I was just like,
Remo.
So, you know, the long story short, we went to Dave's and that same book was being sold for $250. You know, so all I would say is don't, as a comic, as any business, don't have a fear of missing out or maximizing each and every sale, because you're going to lose in the end by trying to maximize every sale. If you got something that you're trying to move and you know, like I said, I'm no fool. If I put $400 into something and I'm trying to get a specific profit margin out of it, I totally understand. But if I pay $0 for it and I got a loyal customer that wants this and they collect, they deal with me, and I'm only losing $100 off this particular sale, but it's 100% profit for me, then I'm going to give it to this particular customer because they're going to make it up in the end by continuing to shop with me. And they're probably going to buy something in the end that's probably overpriced anyway. You know,
I'll do you one better, Larry. When you go to Costco, or even in a simpler form, if you buy a box of these cards, right? You buy the box for $12, right? Each pack you could sell for $5 or $6, right? If I wanted to go and buy a box for full price, then I might as well go and buy each pack. That way I can only get a couple packs. I don't have to buy the whole thing. My problem is you counting my pockets. If I go into Costco and I buy a box of Baby Ruth candy bars, if you're going to charge me for each candy, then don't sell me a bulk product.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So if I go to a comic book store, if you're going to charge me all the way up, then what the hell do I want to buy the book for? Unless it's for my personal, if it's for my personal collection, then I just ain't going to buy it from you. Unless I really, really need the book and I done traveled around, can't find the book, and you the only store that got it, then I'm going to try and negotiate with you. If you don't want to negotiate, then it's going to be on me. Either I'm going to buy the book or I'm not going to buy the book. But when I go through your back issues and nothing's listed, like for instance, today I went to a shop. My wife found this shop and she took me to it. So we went, spent the day, went chilled, took me to this comic book store. And all the back issues, it was set up to where it was all back issues. And some issues were marked with a price. You know what I'm saying? So let me show you an example.
I already know where it's going.
So I found this, right? It's marked right here. $6, right? But then I found two copies of this in the back issue bin, right? And I had to ask him, I'm like, look, I done been through this song and dance before. I'm like, look, so how much are the copies of books that aren't tagged? Because you got books in here that tag. I want to know this before I even get started going through your back issue bins. How much of the books that aren't marked? And he's like, oh, okay, well, if they're tagged, that's what they're tagged at. Anything else is considered a back issue, so they're cover price. I'm like, cool. All right, now I know as I go through them, if I want them, they're cover price. Whatever the cover price is for that book, that's cover price. So I grab all kinds of books, you know what I'm saying, and then I go up to the front counter. Now at the front counter, I'm about to. He's already established. He told me that, but there's a sign up at the front that says prices are as marked, but basically it said like we reserve the right to look them up and see how much they go for, and then change it at the register. I was like, and I was waiting for him. Because I had, I was everything was cover price, right? And I don't know if you guys paid attention to this, right? But I found this book in the back issue bin. So this book has been going crazy on the internet because they're trying to decipher if it's really worth what it's sold for in a situation like what we're talking about. On the internet, it's sold for $200 because it was signed by somebody, but they still sold the book for over $100. So now, is it legitimately worth that much because people are finding them in the dollar bin? Now, when he scanned it, it didn't scan as like he was like, he was like, huh. So if he wanted to, he could have went ahead and looked it up and seen, oh shit, the last sale was $175. And he could have been like, oh, well, I'm going to charge you $175 for it. You know what I'm saying? And I would have told him politely, $1.75? Yeah, no problem. But if you're trying to charge me $175 for this book, you can keep it. I'll go find it somewhere else in another dollar bin, you know what I'm saying, or a back issue bin, because I'm not going to pay you the going rate for a book that I had to go through your collection and let you know that you had. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to do it.
Right.
You know, like that's just what it is. But like I'm saying is, it's up to us to not patronize. We don't have to buy the book. If he tells us that the book is $200 and we know that it's a dollar bin book that, the price might be up, you're supposed to be able to find stuff like that in the wild. That's why it's called being found in the wild, and being able to reap the benefit. Not taking advantage of a store, but a store is just that. It's a store. They should be trying to get rid of their inventory in order to bring in new inventory, not hoard their inventory to try and get the best price for it. And then that way you can't bring nothing new in because you still got old inventory that you're hoarding. So I think it stops with us. We just have to we got to, like be disciplined enough to not pay the high prices for these books. And then that way they charge it. They can't charge that price.
X, we're going to let you go. And we're going to leave it up to Matt. He chomping at the bit. So do you have, thank you for joining us. We're glad you are at home. But what do you have to say about
it?
What's up, y'all? What's going on?
What's happening?
I can't call it. So I'm assuming that we are referring to
the score that shall remain nameless.
the other one. The other one now.
E2 Brute.
Yo,
Score number 3.
My thing is, I agree with what Remo said. Like 100%. Like we need to, first of all, we dictate the market. You know what I'm saying? We don't spend the money with them, then they still sitting on their product. And as y'all see Matt's name, tied of the comic museums, I'm right there with y'all, Like, are you in business to make money or to show what you got? You know what I'm saying? If you in the business to show what you got, then kudos to you. Don't put a price tag on nothing and don't say that it's a store. You know what I'm saying? And at the same time, like, bruh, whatever you charge for this book, you're making a profit off of it, because I guarantee you did not pay what you're charging for this book. And then for you to go on eBay and look at these prices is ridiculous, because all of the books that are selling on eBay have different grades. You know what I'm saying? Don't sit here and try to charge me the price of a slab when yours is raw.
Yes.
You can't compare that. Like, everything that slab is official. It has officially been graded. It is on the census. You know what I'm saying? I'm not finna pay you what you think this book is worth, because it's not worth that. To me, it's worth whatever the cover price is at that point, because it's not graded. If I would have been in there day one to get it, cool. If I would have got it for cover price and you would have been happy with it, just because you moved another book to a client, a customer. Don't sit there and try to dictate something when your stuff is not worth what you think it is. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like I didn't, like Matt and Al could tell you, last Saturday I put a book back and I was like, I'm not finna pay that. No, and it's on my pull list too. No, I'm not finna pay this. I get it one way or another. And fortunate for me, Al gonna look out for me with that book. But it's like, I had this book on my pull list months ago, and y'all never got it in the store. And when y'all didn't get it, I said, hey, I'm looking for that cover. You know what I'm saying? And then when you go look it up, all of a sudden you can't find it. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, bruh. And I'm in your store every week. Like, I get it. You got to make money, but finally, you making plenty of money because it's packed in your store for other reasons. You know what I'm saying? So you're going to make money either way. Look out for us, because we ain't trying to get over on you, so don't try to get over on us. That's how I look at it. And that goes for every comic books shop that I may patronize and everything like that. You know what I'm saying? Like Dave's, for instance. What we found. You know what I'm saying? And it's just sitting there.
Dirty Joker.
It's just sitting there.
Don't sound like he in any hurry to try and get over on nobody. He want him low like that, so you come back.
Man, like, he will sit there. You could take him an expensive book. He'll look at it. You know what? Just give me this right here. You know what I'm saying?
Dave got bills.
Like, right. He's sitting there. He know that this book is worth more than what he asking for. But guess what? It ain't gonna grow in value if it's just sitting in the shop.
Exactly.
Well, no, I think they like to help collectors, man. They if you ain't a reseller, man, and you want a book for your PC, you know, he know the ones who come there to
Right.
resell. He know the ones that come there to collect. And if you're a collector, man, he want to help you get your collection where you want it to be, man. And Dave also is confident in his inventory. He knows, man, like what he told us, man, he come across 3 or 4 amazing fantasies a year. He get
I ain't saying nothing to it's time to get started.
He get it, man. He take a picture with it. He sell it. He come across 3 or 4 more, man. I think a lot of people are scared that they won't ever come across this particular book or these books again, and they keep them because if they sell them, they like, well, I ain't gonna never see this again.
Well, if you're scared, then don't sell it.
Right.
Don't have a store.
Yeah.
Don't be scared. It's just comic books.
Right.
All right, let's listen to Matt. Let's listen to Matt.
You're going to win some and lose some. That's the name of the game.
Matt done waited 20 minutes to talk.
Hey, go ahead, Matt. Take it away, bro.
So I've been sitting here just soaking it all in. Al, Chris, Larry, Remo, even Sean got hot under the collar tonight. X, you even get a little hot. And all this week, when Al came to me and said, "Hey man, I want you to make this graphic for me," immediately the $1 Million Man came to my mind. And I said, I'm going to use the $1 Million Man because the $1 Million Man symbolizes moolah. Greed. All of the money. I want it all. So I'll start this rant by what happened this week. I want to see Sean's face. Sean, you over there, man? I want to see your face. Please, I want to see your face when I tell him this. Yeah, I might have to. I'm gonna have to go back through this again when he come back. But we go to
on the phone with his honey dips.
We go to the store, and so there was a book that came out this week, and I said, well, you know what? Me and Al typically pick up image number 1 because they typically tend to grow in value. There's a pattern that we've noticed over a period, and I said, you know what? This one got past us. Al didn't say anything about it. And so I said, okay, well, let's see I'll see if the book's there. So I'll go look at the book, and I saw all the new releases were laid out, and I saw a gap, and immediately I said, oh shit, here we go. So I sucked my tooth, and I said, hey man, did y'all get a copy of Shadecraft number 1? And as I'm saying it, I'm looking square in the face like this right here.
You didn't see them sweat bead, did you?
And immediately, the face resembled Mike Tyson in a spelling bee. And so,
and you got to sound out the word.
And I said, and I was told that the book has been spoken for.
Calls dibs.
The book has been spoken for. So I said,
"Hey, man,
go
quick pause, just to let y'all know. I'm gonna let him finish like Kanye West. That's not the first time that's happened.
Oh, we're going down. We're going down the pipe tonight.
Okay, go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
We're going straight down. Like the Rock would say, know your role boulevard. We're going right down it tonight. The book was spoken for. Now we've been going to this store for over a year now, and on Wednesdays, I take notes. I say, okay, it's me, Shannon, Larry, X, the Authority. And Larry knows what I'm talking about, the Authority. And maybe 1 or 2 other dudes going to the store. So who the fuck is speaking up for these books? Who? Is this Noob Sabat? Is there somebody we don't see smoke? Sing the song? Who is speaking up for these books? There have been times that books have been ordered that have not been seen. There are times that books come out. We know they're out. They're ordered. We never see them. So I told Al, I said, you know what? I'm going to get that book this week. And I said, I know exactly where I'm going to get it from. I got to go work out of town. I'm stopping by one of my honey pots. I go car collecting at my spot Remo where I get my cards.
Right.
I was walking out and I saw a brother come in and he had the same book I was looking for. I said, hey, man, they got that around the corner? He said, oh, yeah, man, they got a stack of them. I said, they got them at regular price? He turned the book around, cover price. I said, oh, shit, I'll pick me up one. I'll pick up Shannon one, and I'll get me a alternate cover. So I go over there, and I pick up same books that was spoken for, that was not seen, that was cover price. Well, man, what are you saying, brother? What's the point? What are you trying to make? I shouldn't have to get in my goddamn car to ride up the road to get a book that's sitting in your store. That's ASA 9, ASA 10, ASA 11, ASA 12.
You better speak it, sir. Speak it.
Why
Speaking
do I
in
have
existence.
to go up the road to patronize somebody when I can patronize you?
Yeah.
Not only that, because I knew the book was in high demand to a degree, I just ordered one on eBay the same day. I paid $9. I'm not embarrassed to say I paid $9. That was $9 I could have gave you.
Mm-hmm.
For multiple copies.
For multiple copies. I would have bought two of them. I would have bought the A and the B. That's what I normally do. So, I want to go with what Larry's talking about. The book set on the shelf. Cobwebs and all. You get a cash offer. Top dollar on the spot. How many dudes come into a comic book store and drop $5, $6, $7, $8, $1,000 on a book? Somebody in the chat tonight, I forgot who it was, said, who's spending $1,000 on book? Well, if we see the right book, the comment hall roundtable discussion. Cash on demand, baby. What Randy Moss say? Straight cash, homie.
Straight cash, homie.
But when you tell us you have book on shelf, ready to be sold, but then you say, I'm really not interested in selling it because I was getting a lot of people asking about that book.
What does that mean?
That's when you want to sell it. You got people asking, sell it.
That means a bidding war.
No, he just likes people asking about the book. That's the he likes that attention the book is getting.
Hey,
so he's just like,
break it home. I'm gonna break it home. Sorry, ladies in the chat. This is like these girls that just like to be teasers. You really don't want to talk to nobody, but I like the attention. I want you to keep calling. And when it don't happen, you call Kevin Samuels, wonder why you can't get a high value man.
The doctor.
The doctor. Let me tell you something. Oh, man. That's why I got my name the way it is tonight. I am tired of these places posing as comic museum.
No,
Brother,
posing as comic stores.
Right.
put the red rope up, track lighting, Barry White in the background, Hall and Oates.
Nah, it's gotta be Paul Hardcastle.
Oh man.
Tears for Fears.
Man.
Gotta be some Paul Hardcastle in the background. On low.
Michael McDonald. Lionel Richie.
Sweet Freedom.
Bobby McDonald.
Hello. Is it me you're looking for?
Ray Parker. All these, let's play all of them. So that when people walk around and they see the museum, the books, they're able to admire them in the beauty that they are, because they will not be leaving the store.
But see, this is what they don't understand. Just our panel alone, every book you got up there, we can go look at them books at each other's homes.
Right.
Exactly.
You're not. I'm not oohing and ahhing. I mean, cool. Oh, you got a copy. Cool. I've seen one of my very, 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 very good friends buy that book.
Larry got like 4 all them war books up in there. At the crib.
You know what I'm saying?
Let me go a little further. Let me get into that right now. The book.
Larry playing with y'all, man. Larry playing with y'all. Just want to see what they say.
I take to get graded. Let you know I'm ready to spend some money. The store owner even know, because I bought a book somewhere and brought it to him the same day to get slabbed. And it was a top dollar book.
Mm-hmm.
The fear of FOMO is going to take out a lot of store owners in the next 5 years.
See, but that's what it is, though, Matt, is you showing him you winning, and he don't like that. Because then now he see, oh, I just sold him that book for $15. He about to go get his slab to make $150 off it. He counting your pockets, and he like, oh, I'm gonna just sell it to him for $150.
Well,
I know that's what he about to make off of.
Hey, he counting the wrong pockets because he already spent his money on the book. He already spent his money on the book, so he's looking at the wrong pockets on that one.
We should not be going to comic book stores on Wednesdays. Books are not available. We have to drive an hour and 25 minutes to go to a store to purchase a book. I'm going to say this again.
Here's the thing right quick.
That when you go, hold on, X. When you go to these stores and you go to the dollar bin, all you see is DP number 7, DP7 number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You see Squadron Supreme 58. That's all you see. That's in your dollar bin. Or you get wind of some character that show up on Falcon and Winter Soldier, and then you call one of your cronies and then you pull everything out the box.
That's
just start pulling shit.
That's happened.
Just start pulling. Y'all know, like when you clean out, when you go into your house and you got your old IRS tax reports and you just start pulling shit.
Mm-hmm.
That's how they pull books from the shelf.
It's crazy.
This is madness. This is absolutely insane that we're having this discussion more than 2 or 3 times a year. And I was so hot the other day when I was told a book that had just came out was spoken for.
Here's my question too. Why do you only have one copy?
I was getting ready to go there.
He had more than one copy, but all of them were spoken for?
He said they are all spoken for. I heard him.
Oh, so he's saying it was a stack of them. Whatever his
somebody done.
Well, we don't know how many it was, but it had to have been at least more than 2 Because he said
we've been in that store.
Were spoken for.
We've been in that store, and like Al alluded to earlier, we asked the store owner, "Hey man, what's in the box?" And he holding the box like it was Paul Bearer holding the urn back in 1991.
Hands shaking and all. Hands shaking and all.
Undertaker. No, man.
You know, Paul Bearer, hey, Sean, you know, Paul Bearer made their faces. Yeah, he's holding the box like that. Now, I just want to see what's in the box.
I want to throw this out too.
I might not.
I want to throw this out. We are equal opportunists. Like, we don't care if you're watching the show or not. The same thing that we're saying about this shop, we said about other shops that did the same thing, and other shops before that. We really don't care.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
It boils down to customer service. Quality customer service. When you go to these stores, me and Al talked about this week. The complete customer experience is I should be able to come into your store, enjoy myself, make a purchase, tell someone else about your shop, rinse and repeat on a weekly basis. I've been in one of the stores here in town, and they'll tell you there was one store I used to go to 3 or 4 times a week. This same store, we used to go in 2-3 times a week. But then when you get this,
no less than $30 every time you go in there.
Right.
Yeah.
At least.
Every visit.
It's $15.
Yeah.
Every visit.
So when it's time to go purchase a book, and it's a new book, and you say it's spoken for, I'm like, well, brother, who is speaking for?
Why is it even visible? If it's spoken for, why is it visible? You should never even have took it out of the diamond box.
Remo, I'm going to say it again. You should not have to drive an hour, 2, 3, 4 hours away to pick up a book that's brand new that just came out. I can guarantee you they probably ordered 20 copies of that book. At the minimum, 10. And if I was to get back in my car and drove up there, it would have been there.
You know, it's bad when you got a group of collectors excited about driving over an hour to a store, right, and spending hours in that store versus driving 5 minutes up the road.
And I dread making that drive because you don't know what can happen on the road going there and coming back. So I'll be like, man, I don't want to take this trip, but you know, you're getting screwed over by your regular shops, you know, in your neighborhood that you like, man, I got to go there.
We have seen slabs that have been on the wall, on that same wall for over a year. Tito, if you watch him, bought one of them. And that's the only one I've seen sold off the wall that I can think of.
And that was before he took the price tag off of them.
Right. Right.
And that's another thing. You price something, and then you go to eBay. It's been said already, but I'm going to say it again, just so it sink in to everybody. If you want to go to eBay, then what you should do is you should change the name of the store. And then on the store, you have the name right. Y'all follow me?
We check eBay.
Oh, it ain't even that. At the bottom of the name, you put a subsidiary of eBay. eBay shop. And you make sure you pay a royalty to eBay. Because you basically are eBay, a pop-up store for eBay.
Or if you're gonna go there, just sell it on eBay.
Hey, I want you to go to the computer.
Right, just sell it on eBay.
Yeah, don't have it in the store for nobody to see. Yeah. Just sell it on eBay.
No. You go in there. It's like when you used to go to the library as a kid. You have a terminal. You go up there and you check the book. and it pop up on eBay, and then you make the purchase. He go to the back like it's servers and merchandise.
Oh my goodness!
Oh my
goodness!
And it comes all the way around.
But you just like that's the card for games at Toys R Us.
Right, coming on like baggage claim, and you grab it.
Yep.
Pick it up.
Yep.
That's will call.
Because that's what you're doing.
Yeah, basically.
Might as well.
Why would I need to come in the store if it's on eBay? If you go about what eBay charges, I might as well just buy it from eBay. That's ridiculous. So why are you there? For who? For what? In the words of the great Antonio Coleman, who, by the way, he said if we can get 500 subscribers, he will make his return.
Yeah, he did say that.
for one episode, and then we'll see him at 1,000.
But
hey, that will be a landmark episode too, man.
Yeah.
Even he said on the phone. He said when we told him the story, he said it sounds like a man that don't want to make money.
And TC live closer to him than I do.
It won't go. He just buy his stuff online.
Yeah, he'll buy his online and have it right at his door.
He said, "Man, I got tired of going to these stores and being overcharged for books. I just order them online."
Makes sense.
It makes sense. And then this is why I said last year, I don't want to hear in 4 or 5 years, I'm going out of business. We heard it. Support your local LCS. Please.
Like I said, they'll be out there like Paco selling comics like oranges.
Man.
These stores better stop waiting on Iron Man #1 to go to $50,000. It ain't happening.
Hey, Al.
Mm-hmm.
How many? True story. Every single time I used to go in this store, I used to dig through them dollar bins. I can't tell you the last time I actually looked at that dollar bin. Like I would go in there and get my pulls and sit there and make myself find 12 books. You know what I'm saying? Make myself. Now it's just I get my pulls. If I need some bags and boards, grab them. I can't get a short box right now, so I just get my stuff and go.
Let me say this. And if they're watching, I want you to understand. We do not want you to fail as a store. We want you to be successful. But at the same time, you have to learn. Sometimes you got to lose some. Sometimes you got to win some.
Yeah, but that's the
you ain't
problem,
losing.
Man. I feel like these guys ain't going to learn. If they keep doing this bullshit, it's like they're never going to learn. So it's like, I want you to fail as a business because you ain't learning your lesson. You keep doing the same bullshit over and over. You keep running all these prices, through eBay and shit instead of trying to provide your customers the best service you can. And all you're doing is just fucking around and throwing all this shit in our face, and you expect me to just eat it? Nah. Nah, you go out of business, no tears will be shed.
Or here's the thing. Like when we go through when we went to Dave's and we dig through them boxes, we found some stuff. You know what I'm saying? It's bound to happen. Just like when you buy a lot from somebody, you got a couple gems in there that are worth more than what you paid for that. So how excited that you were and the come up that you came on, we want that too.
Let me say this too.
You know what I'm saying? Like you got a gem, we want to find a gem. You didn't overcharge. I mean, I ain't gonna say overcharge. You didn't overpay for what you got. Why you want us to overpay?
But that's how I want my store. I want you to feel like you can come up in there and come up.
You know what I'm saying?
You gonna keep spending money with me?
Yeah.
Miss me with these store owners that tell me what they got in the house. I'm gonna take a reverb. I don't want to hear nothing about what you got at your house. I want to see what the fuck you selling.
Right.
Because I might be buying.
Stuff at your house don't do me no good.
But don't bring your stuff from the house and then show me what eBay got.
Yeah.
Hey man, I got Genocide X-Men 1, but on eBay it sold for $80,000 with $50 shipping. You interested, Al? No. Brother, you probably spent $25 in a bag in a Green Giant can and got that long bar.
That's literally that's what I just said. You know what I mean? So yeah. Mm-hmm.
So you're gonna come up anyway. But this also shows that a lot of these store owners don't know how to get product.
Let me add on that.
Everybody else.
Let me add on that right quick. Real quick. Stop letting other people that don't know how to run a business run your business.
That's a whole show in the
If they ain't ever ran their own business, don't let them run your business.
Because that's how a lot of stores go out of business. There's always a shine that makes themselves look more important than what they are.
Mm-hmm.
And that's usually the one that's going to get you screwed up in the end. Once again, if you are not interested in selling comic books, that's cool. I respect that. Get the red rope, tinted windows, trap lighting,
white gloves,
Kenny G.
Bring out the usher board.
Bonnie James.
Mm-hmm.
Al Jarreau. Lena Horne. And then just let it roll. We're tired of it. We're in a pandemic. And you're going to store still trying to buy stuff. And you have to, it's like you have to fight. Like an episode of 300. Like in the middle of 300, they just fight to try to find and get what you want to get. And hope you come out unscathed.
Hope.
Wicked Wednesdays. That's what I'm referring to as Wicked Wednesdays. Because that's when all of the goblins, that's when all of the hoodoo, that's when all that stuff show up. All the skullduggery.
His album was cold though. No Limits, Skullduggery.
not the skullduggery.
Man. All this madness, hoodoo, all this stuff. Books come up missing. People don't know about books. I got shorted. The UPS man didn't drop them off. I've heard Bueller, I don't know if Bueller's still watching, but I heard Bueller say this one time before on one of his shows. A lot of these store owners be telling flat out lies. Those books be back in the back, man. They're just hoping they hit the right number so they can get 9.8. And that's the case with this. What happened this past week? We know what the deal is. The jig is up.
Yep.
The jig is up. You should see if sometime when y'all go to y'all local LCS, just peek your head around the corner and look at the shit to be on the floor.
Man.
Just look at the book. You see Robin King piled to the roof. Number one, piled to the roof. Batwoman 21, piled to the roof. Hoping and praying that I get 9.8 so that I can sell these at the top dollar. But ask yourself, even around this time, how many times you go to the comic book store and see slabs flying off shelves like that? If you're in a Sean, you know this. If you ain't at an actual show. And let me tell you something. I told Alice, I said the same thing right here on this panel. You go to a comic book show, and if I come to your booth and you tell me you checking eBay, I am walking away.
I'm prepared now. Whenever I go to a shop, if they say that no matter how good the books are that I found, I'm willing to walk away. Because 9 times out of 10, the books I found are some fire. So I'm already knowing if you go in and check eBay, the main reason why I bought them is because I done already seen that they was going for something. So you might as well keep these. I'm not gonna do your work for you.
Mm-hmm.
But he's supposed to do that work before he put them in the bins.
Yeah.
Right.
But when you want to sell the books so that the people that buy them give free pub for your shop.
Nah, they pocket watching. That's what it is. They pocket watch. They see that you can make money, and they're like, "Oh, well, if you want them, then obviously they're worth something." So I'm gonna stop you short at the register because I'm gonna make you pay what you gonna. Even if
you ain't gonna make me do nothing.
Which you think you finna make off this.
You gonna make me put this book back where I found it. That's what you gonna do.
I'm willing
you about to lose out.
I'm willing to put all back.
You could sell all of these books and get rid of that inventory quicker than you can selling one slab that ain't gonna sell.
Yeah.
There's a guy.
I'm at the point where I don't even think the store owners should sell slabs because you're already setting the price right there. You know what I'm saying? Like if you set the price, if that's what the price and that's what it's going for, then either you're gonna sell it to me under the going rate of what a 9.8 says. But 9.8 is worth $400. Either you're gonna sell it to me for $380 or $350, or you might as well keep that bitch because that's what it's worth. I'm not gonna give you what it's worth.
Remo, let me flip this on you, and I'm gonna show you. I'm coming into the store, and you want to buy my books at the store on. I'm gonna go check eBay and see what the price going for.
No, because I gotta sell it and make a profit.
You already made a profit.
This ain't Pawn Stars.
Right.
I'm selling it. And I want to make a profit too.
Right.
This book right here says $2.99. Right? I paid $2.99 for it. I've seen this book slabbed at a 9.8 going for $250, $400.
But somebody doing some heavy dishes.
Right? But what I'm saying is that if I'm gonna go and pay $400 or $500 for it, then I don't need to go and try and find it for $2.99.
Right.
But now if I find it for $2.99 and I take the steps to get it and I put it out and that's what I can get for it, then I done came up. But like you said, the store did well just getting rid of a back issue that they didn't want to have taking up space.
Most of you folks don't even know that shit be in their box, man.
And that's what I'm saying. But we do the work for them when we go and dig because we know what we're looking for.
Right.
And then we get up to the front counter. Oh, you found this book. Let me look at it. Oh, it's $450. Okay, well, either you're going to pay me $450 or now I found out that I have it in my inventory. I'm going to go get a slab and I'm going to throw it on eBay for $450.
What happened is they go get a slab and they come back at 3.5.
Exactly.
Right.
And then they still don't get back the money. So, no, exactly.
Like, how the hell you gonna try to charge me top dollar for a book you didn't even realize you had?
Exactly.
Right.
That's what pisses me off. That's the part that pisses me off.
Like, this book, you ain't care nothing about this book till I cared about it. So why would I pay you top dollar for it? Now, if you already took the time and dug through your boxes or if you just consistently knew the value of these books, I can't even be mad at you for that because you're doing the work. I ain't mad at you. Right. But at the same time, by you doing the work and I'm coming in there on a regular basis, I'm breaking bread with you, look out for me because I'm looking out for your company. You know what I'm saying? If you want me to keep coming back, right, you want me to keep coming back, hey. You know, so I work at a electronic retail store. You know, the main time I really try to help customers out when they don't ask. If I got a customer that keep coming to me on a regular, hey, look, you know what? Let me see what I can do. Because 9 times out of 10, even if I take $10, you know, I'm just throwing that around them. I throw $10 out there. You probably gonna spend another $100 just because I took X amount of dollars off of this. You're like, well, he might save me some more money if I buy more stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Guess what? My company's thriving. You living because you getting what you want. It's a win-win situation. You know, I don't get it.
It's a sad state of affairs, man.
But that's what we do.
This show going on so long, I'm not even gonna bother going through those Superman books that I'll show. Y'all can check the AOK video for that.
We hadn't had one of these shows in about 4 years. But I'll say this in closing: is that I think, man, we're at the juncture of the hobby, where a line is going to be drawn in the sand.
Mm-hmm.
The consumer is only going to take so much, and that's going to be it. And I'm at that point where it's like, you know what? Like, Al, if I have to drive once a month up the road, I mean, I'd rather do that, because at least I know I'll be getting that book value and not at an inflated price that's on eBay. And eBay is going to be the destruction of a lot of comic book stores across the country. I mean, I'm even seeing it in the car hobby. I go to a car store, and I'm hearing cats talking about, well, on eBay it's going for such and such. So why the fuck are you open? Why are you paying Georgia Power $400-500 a month when you can just close your shit down, open up a store on eBay, and sell it out your mama's basement
and be done with it?
Hey Matt, do this. Sell them magic cards and go straight to eBay.
Yep.
Every single card, regardless of what the condition of the card, pull up the highest value and do that. And then when you see that face, just turn around. But you expect me to pay you that? Throw it right back at them.
These store owners are going to feel the fury. And a lot of them, let's just be frank. Let's just keep it real, y'all. There are no comic book shows like they normally are. Because if there was comic book shows going on, a lot of store owners would be hurting.
Yeah.
Big time. I can tell you, if we had the Atlanta Comic Con, I'd have to do one stop, and that'd be it for me for the year.
You had to buy another bag.
Now this time I have to take a wagon this time.
But actually, no, you win because you be at the store now. So you know what I'm saying.
But that's pretty much my thoughts on it, man. I just think enough. The madness has to stop. This is
going on long enough.
Yeah, this is like a bad episode of Gilligan's Island.
The season finale of Lost.
That's exactly what it is. The last episode of what was that show? That
Soprano. They just fade to black.
Fade to black.
What was my other one? What's the show you should come out here and see that with like Al, the karate show?
Into the Badlands.
Into the Badlands.
Oh man, I hated that ending.
Y'all fucked up, man. Yeah,
I hated that ending.
I didn't like that last season.
Yeah.
It went away from what it was.
Garbage.
Well, folks, you heard it. And hopefully you learned some stuff. I mean, it's a sad scenario that we have to do shows like this, but I mean, it's real, and I know we're probably not the only city that's suffering from this type of tomfoolery, but you know, at some point it gets to a point where you get so frustrated with the circumstances around you that you gotta let it out. You know what I'm saying? So like Matt said, you know, we think the comic shop owner is a cool dude, but that only gets you so far. you know, if you're blatantly trying to get over and trying to enact or put tactics in play to where you're not, you know, looking at the fact that, you know, I got these guys coming in here every week and they spending some kind of money with me and they're loyal to me, but you treat us as though we somebody that came out of town and don't know anything about you. So
right.
There's lessons to be learned on both ends. So with that said, I guess we'll end that particular segment. I'm along the same lines as Sean. I don't think I want to show no books, but does anybody have any books they do want to show? Well, actually, I got one book that I'm gonna show.
Is Puff still alive? Oh, boy, Puff, you was stuck. I thought your screen was stuck for a second. You didn't move.
I got another LeBron rookie.
Hold on, let me.
Hey, I will say I'm tired because I went and met these guys at that thing and then saw the signature. So
well, you made Al day.
Hey, put up again, Sean.
Yeah,
I thought he was gonna bite his tongue trying to say what he was saying.
Boy,
at ease, Sean. He was cool to meet, man.
Oh, Tubbo.
And banging.
Yeah, he couldn't make it, man. He had a bad foot. He couldn't make it.
Not the gout.
He was still suffering from that fall in WCW as a Shockmaster.
Boy, that's been 20 plus years.
Oh
right
my goodness!
Grief.
Hey, he hit that grind.
But he was awesome to meet back in December. So
he hit that grind faster than Flashpoint. And
go back and watch that shit, man. It's Dusty Rhodes and somebody like yell when you fall over. That shit is so funny, man.
Hey, it was so funny, yeah. Oh God!
You see what he fell on? Look.
He fell on his arse.
Oh man!
I got this back.
Oh sweet,
nice. This man right here.
Very
Absorber
nice.
Man. First appearance of Absorber Man. Journey into Mystery. Number 114. This book's still a good price, man. So I like
that at Dave's.
No. I got this off of eBay, man, before eBay started tripping. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna put together. I got 2 haul videos that I'm gonna put together for days. For days. And for what I just recently picked up. But I just wanted to show this one because I got that one back.
Start doing haul videos, man.
Yeah, man, you need to, bro. Go ahead and put them together. Anybody got anything they want to show? Matt, you had a card, didn't you?
Yeah, I got it,
Another one?
You know you do.
Yeah, I know.
Right.
Another.
Hey, man. So how do I put you?
You could. Yeah, there you go.
Man, card slabs.
LeBron rookie.
Okay, LeBron rookie card. Cool beans.
What do y'all think of that Space Jam trailer?
I haven't seen it, Sean. I haven't seen it, to be honest with you.
Seen what?
I just
Space Jam trailer.
There's a bunch of people in the trailer, a bunch of other Warner Brothers characters in the trailer in the background, like the Joker, Jack Nicholson's Joker, both versions of the Penguin from the 66 Batman and Batman Returns has been there. Morpheus and Agent Smith. Man. There's a whole bunch of just background characters they got in there.
Nope.
Yeah.
Is Michael Jordan in it?
Not that I know of.
Then it ain't Space Jam.
Sure. You don't know? I just watched it last night with my daughter. I showed my daughter Space Jam. She sat and we watched it last night on HBO Max.
Michael Jordan and Pepe Le Pew. I'm
Teen Squad. I mean, is Toon Squad in it?
Probably not.
I'm boycotting it. Nah, that's just a cartoon.
Hey, is Bill Murray non-basketball playing behind in it?
Yeah.
Got that balling with a backwards cap on like he Billy Hoyle.
Right. I got some comments though. I do have some stuff to show off. Ain't been on in a while. I got some stuff to show off. I will gladly take center stage. Let's see. Picked up a new comic book. This was just because I like the cover and I heard some good stuff about it so far. Witch Blood with a tarot card cover. The new Scott Snyder image comic Noctera.
Man, I thought you were say Scott Steiner. Like what? When he started writing?
Hey, I was thinking the same thing. What? Like, what is it called? Frankenstein?
No, it's called Big Bad Booty Daddy #1.
Picked up Karma #1. Carmen #1. It's actually pretty good. This is the second cover. The first cover is all red with her standing in front of it. But they were out of it. Yeah, they were out of it, so I ended up getting this one. Picked up Haha #2. I totally missed it. Haha #3 was out when I was at. I guess they didn't have that when I was at Origins because I picked up #2. And it was sold out of the first issue. So I'm gonna have to hunt down a copy of #2 or #3 and #1. Picked up Superman Red and Blue, which is actually some pretty good stories. Picked up Batman Urban Legends, which I'm mad that I got this one. And then when I went to the comic shop yesterday, I think it was yesterday, they had the better cover with Batman and Grifter on the cover.
Yeah, I got both of those.
Yeah, X-Men Legends #2. Had to pick that up because I love that 90s look and the art. Although I gotta find the action figure cover for it that they got out. Picked up Alien #1. Haven't read it yet, but I'm hoping it is actually going to be pretty good. Teen Titans Academy #1. I had to get the Red X cover. You couldn't pass that up. Although I did mix the Teen Titans Future State Reunion issue. I gotta find that because I totally missed that one. Superman versus Imperious Lex #3.
Well, what is he, man? Look at his arms, man. His arms are huge.
Man, you don't know?
Jesus.
Hey, if y'all get a chance, y'all might want to pick up Nightwing 78.
Yeah.
I got one yesterday.
Batman Catwoman #3 or 4? #4.
That's 4.
Yeah, I'm waiting on the #5. I'm waiting on that Mask of the Fantastic movie poster cover, man.
Brock Bowser put Scott Snyder math in.
Company would be.
Hey, but you know what though? He is not lying though. That dude gave some incoherent interviews.
I had to pick up the Keanu cover, which it was actually really good. It really was a lot better than I thought it was going to be, and I thought it was going to be pretty good to begin with. But I was really glad I picked up the first issue because it's almost kind of like I've always wanted to have a Vandal Savage comic just to tell the stories of all the stuff Vandal Savage has done, and that's kind of what the vibes is what that gives me.
Keanu Reeves would be Vandal Savage then.
Yeah. Picked up Infinite Frontier 0.
Yeah, I got 2 covers of that.
I like that cover.
Yeah, that's the Wonder Woman and Spectre.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? As many times I looked at that book, I didn't even realize that Spectre in the background. I just thought it was. It was
green.
Yeah.
Yeah. Had to get Demon Days X-Men. Got the Peach Momo cover.
I can't do it.
And the poster to go with it. I got the poster to go with it too.
I can't do it, man. I still only have 2 Momoko books to this day.
It's actually a good story.
It ain't that bad.
Right.
No, the story might be good. I'm just talking about I can't do her covers.
Her watercolor art style.
Well, just everybody is, and ladies, don't take this the wrong way. I love women, but every single character that she draws is basically a female.
Yeah.
I can't dig it. I can't rock with it.
I went on a limb and picked up a new Image comic, Radiant Black, that turned out to be really good.
Yeah, that was good.
Okay, let me mute myself.
I just read issue 2 today, but it actually was really good. I was happy I got it.
Well, I'm glad y'all like it.
Of course, had to get the Batman black and white.
I got that cover. That's the dope cover right there.
Yeah. Picked up some of the Jen Partel Women's History Month cover, so I got the Emma Frost cover.
Yeah, I got that one too. It's dope.
Got the Black Cat cover.
Larry has that one.
I gotta find the Sherry cover because I like that. I don't like Sherry that much, but I want her cover though. And then the Silk one when it comes out too.
Yeah, I got that one.
Then I ordered this, and I got the Virgin Hellions #9 for the Psylocke cover. So I got the no graphics on it and everything. I just had to get down because it just nice dope cover. And then I actually went out on a limb and bought some comics from a shop from a guy I follow on Twitter, and he's got a shop on Etsy, and he sells comics. And I was able to pick up a #1 1987 original Shadow comic book.
Nice.
I've always liked that cover.
Yeah, I was really ecstatic to be able to get it. It's in great condition. It's damn near mint condition. Like, man.
Didn't Sinkovich do a lot of those covers?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, because I know I got a couple of them that he did.
Picked up another Immortal Wonder Woman, but this one's the limited edition that comes with the certificate of authenticity for it. Number 141 of 1,000. So I was able to snag that. I found these in the dollar bin. And I got to hunt the rest of them down, but I like the little anime look to the X-Men for the X-Men Ronin.
I ain't never seen them.
Yeah, I'd never seen it either, but they were in the dollar bin, and I was like, you know what? I'll grab these two and hunt the rest of them down because it looks interesting.
At Origin?
Yeah.
I ain't never seen them in the dollar bin. That must be something new they got.
Yeah, I was able to get issues 3 and 4, and there's only 5 issues, and so I couldn't pass it up.
Mm-hmm. When last time you seen that dollar bin?
Who? Origin Store?
Yeah.
September 2000.
It's been a minute. That dollar bin got some gems in it. They've been restocking it, man. It's got some nice little gems in it.
Did they have some Batman Rebirths in there?
Yeah.
I'll be up that Wednesday.
They got a whole section for just the Batman current run Batman books, and then they also got a whole section for back issue dollar bin Batman stuff. Astonishing X-Men #2. I just like the lenticular cover. Y'all know I like the lenticular covers when they do them for that one, and I couldn't pass it up, even though I don't like Jean Grey like that. But I couldn't pass up a cool looking cover.
Isn't that Emma Frost on the cover?
Yeah, it's Emma Frost and Jean. It bounces back and forth because it's Cyclops. Yeah.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? I got the A cover for that. I ain't never seen that. It must be a variant.
I've never seen that either.
Yeah, it's one of the variants. Yeah. Snagged it out of the dollar bin.
I can dig it.
And then I also did a grab bag off the same shop from a different comic shop on Etsy. And one of the comic books that was in it was West Coast Avengers #31. It was in the grab bag. Pristine condition. And then because I loved Shadowhawk back in the 90s, I had to grab the silver Shadowhawk cover. They don't make covers this cool no more. Like, let's just be real. Like, I couldn't pass that up. Like, it was pretty dope. Picked up the Jen Partel, Patsy Walker Women's History Month cover.
Hellcats. Yep.
And the She-Hulk.
Well, who
Jen Walters cover.
That's my wife baking a cake.
What kind of cake she?
Hey, you know what?
Tomorrow, man.
That cake is full of love right now.
Yeah.
Full of love.
Hey,
that's full of anger.
Hey man, no.
That's a true pound cake right there.
Man, don't look at your ex, man. When your wife baked that cake, man, put some on some dry ice and send it to
me. I snagged these from Origins. I didn't even know they did these, which was odd. That was because I went to the comic shop every week in February and didn't see a single one of these Black History Month variants until after Black History Month was over.
Wow.
Grabbed the Storm. Yeah, I didn't see a single one of these on the shelf.
I've seen those.
I've seen that one. Dave, I got a copy of that.
I got the Storm. I got the War Machine one. And then I got the Riri Williams.
That's the only one I got.
Larry like that one.
Larry probably got it.
Yeah, right. I was about to say, you probably got it. Then I like Phantomax from X-Men, so I had to I found his covers online, so I grabbed his giant size X-Men #1 covers.
I like that.
Grabbed both of them.
I got the one on the left.
In case y'all didn't hear him, he didn't say both of them. Both of them.
Both
of them. I got both of them. Snagged giant size. Snagged another copy of with a different cover at Giant Size X-Men at Magneto #1. Had to get that cover because I am a huge Magneto fan, even though I had it. I found up at Oxford. I found the 1 in 10 variant for X-Force #18 with X-23 on the cover.
Nice.
And then I found the 1 in 100 variant of Cable and X-Force #1 with Cable on the cover.
Nice.
Then Oxford had the 1 in 25 Batman cover.
How much you pay for that book?
I was just finna ask the same question.
Because you know where I'm going with this. How much you pay for it?
$30.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Carry on.
Okay. Yeah, right. Hey, Al, I'm right there with you, bro. I'm right there with you.
Yeah, I think all of us know like what we
I'm about to say something if you had to say something different than that.
How much y'all think I was gonna pay for it? We just talked about it. I'm not gonna
I was really hoping you would have said less than what you said.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
well, from what I understand, every shop sells them for at least 25 day one.
Yeah, at least 25, all of them.
Right.
You lucky if you get them for 25.
Right.
I did get the Catwoman though for 20.
Hey, you won.
Yeah,
I'm still gonna check and see how much you got that Batman photo for real.
So I mean, I paid 50 for both.
It's 55.
And then Sean, you'll be happy. Like I said, I posted this on my Instagram. I was able to finally got Far Section #1, $20 in pristine condition, mint condition. It was up at Oxford also. Then,
next weekend on the Sunday, I'll be on Fresh Princess's channel. We'll be discussing the 11 issues of Far Sector.
Yeah,
issue 11 comes out this coming week.
Right on.
And then got an action figure cover for Uncanny X-Men Series 3 #1, the black and white Psylocke cover. And then I picked up these. I picked up some of these classic show-offs. These hard cases. I picked up these. I picked up 10 of these off Amazon. I got my Incredible Hulk variant #1 with the red Hulk, and it's actually autographed by everybody on it. Slapped inside it.
Somebody tell Shan to shut up.
And I am proud to say
we're gonna go to Heroes and see if he feels the same way.
I'm proud to say I am now a member of the Slab Club. I bought my first slab thanks to Origin Story Comics.
Congratulations, sir.
See,
yeah.
I guess I'm the only one in the panel that still don't have a slab.
It was $50. I was able to make my wife happy and her not be mad because I spent $50 on a comic book. Because she loved Catwoman, so it worked out for everybody. 9.4 Gotham Sirens #7.
Nice.
Got my first slab. And that is everything. That is my haul over the last month since I've been away.
Cool beans. Remo, you got anything you want to show, bro?
I got a couple. I ain't gonna show them all because I got a bunch of stuff, but some of the highlights were
he didn't already show them while he was bagging boarding them.
That was only a couple, man. I got a bunch of stuff, man.
Hey, man, just save for the haul video, bro.
A couple?
Yeah. But I've
been bagging and boarding for the past hour.
I know. That was just what I got today.
Oh, man.
So I got this one per store from my LCS. This one per store.
Oh, man.
Worker.
Yes.
It looked like Wolverine right there.
How's my baby?
For Chris, I did get one of those that you was talking about, the Black Panther Shuri one.
Yep.
Let me see. I got I think this is a 1 in 10 Amazing Spider-Man. The new suit.
I'm sorry, the glass suit. Well, I'm telling you,
that thing is god awful.
I mean, I could do better going to the Kmart and getting some Faded Glory sweatpants and
I picked this up today at the one shop I was talking about. This was I think this is the first appearance of Sergeant Slaughter, I think.
Yeah, Boatwright got that signed by him.
Nice. I got this.
That's Artan, ain't it? Putting old boy in the sleep, ain't it?
Hey, Matt on his way to you right now.
I do have. I got 2 copies of this from 2 different LCS.
Nice.
Both of them are supposed to. Well, this one for sure. I'm gonna get the Something That's Killing the Children 8th print.
Have y'all seen the cover for that?
I haven't.
And then it's supposed to be like one of these. It's a Berserker one.
Yeah, it
should be Something That's Killing the Children Berserker. But then I have my main LCS. He's kind of saying that he's unsure about what the promo is or if he's going to be involved. But hopefully, since I'm the only one that's been asking about it, hopefully he'll let me get a copy. So I should be able to get 2 copies of that.
I bought that book just for that coupon.
Exactly. That's all I bought it for. Just so I can get that. I bought this Star Wars #9. The first appearance of, was that Han Solo's wife or daughter or whatever?
Yeah, the wife.
So one of my boys was he was record shopping at a thrift store in the area, and he sent me a direct message. This was probably last week. He was like, "Man, I found there was a bunch of comic books over there, man. He's like, you collect comic books, right?" He's like, "You should go and take a look." And he sent me a picture, and it was all the books like on a display, and it was a bunch of books. And I saw one of the books, and I'm like, I'm at it. So I ran down there, went and got it, a couple miles away, went and got it, and was able to get a copy of Thunderbolts #5, or 4, I should say. First appearance of Jolt.
Yep.
Should be a pretty spec-on book with the Falcon Winter Soldier. And hopefully I'm thinking that since Baron Zemo's running the thing, that's kind of pushing me towards thinking that Thunderbolt's going to be up in there somewhere, come along. I also found issue #3.
Hey, man, he was gas in this episode.
Wasn't he, though?
Boy.
Putting it in. So I was going, I did something I don't normally do, and that's how I went through the 50 cent bins at one of the LCSs I go to.
What?
And, yeah, man, I got bad knees. I'm not finna be on the floor looking through a bunch of books.
Well, you better get a chair.
Look what I found, though. I found 3 copies of this Mystery Girl and the second issue. So
50 cent a piece. 50 cent.
50 cents. So pretty much near mint condition. So
Remo, that is a sample of what you would do if you get a 50 cent bin.
And I'm a believer now, so I'm gonna be going through all of them, bro.
You take some knee pads with you. Go by Harbor Freight.
That's what I did. Hey. I busted out a chair. I went to the Magic the Gathering.
I was just get a chair.
Hey, I went over to the Magic the Gathering section, grabbed me a chair. Got the looking, boy.
That's what I do. But at them cons, my knees can't deal with it, man.
Yeah, man. So then my wife bought a stack because she called herself joining in on the fun. So she found, she went and basically finished out the run of Ironheart for my daughter.
Gold.
Oh, nice.
Was it 50 cent bin?
These was just cover price. You know what I'm saying?
That's what's up,
Yeah.
So, I mean, I got doubles of these now, but I mean, at least she got the whole run.
You know how bad I wish my old lady would go comic book shopping with me?
Hey, man, I was surprised. I was surprised. She found the bookstore and everything. So, we went, my daughter with my sister-in-law today. So, she actually let me go to a comic book store. So,
when I met Jim Boatwright's wife today, she was just as big as a wrestling fan as he was.
Okay.
So she was super excited to meet them guys, and she got emotional when she meet Jimmy Hart.
So every Friday we watch the Falcon Winter Soldier. We watch WandaVision. She's slowly but surely getting into digging this stuff. So, I found 2 copies of this Champions #14. I think it's his daughter's first appearance. I don't know if it's not first appearance, but something significant with this book. I forget, but found 2 copies of that. Then, like I showed, this New Avengers.
Oh yeah,
26. I just thought the cover was dope, but I did see somebody selling a slab for this for a couple $100. So.
Hey, she is very hippie too, boy. I tell you.
Yeah. She don't look bad.
The curvaceous.
Something else I wanted to show.
I be seeing.
Let me see. I wanted to show something else. copy.
That new Avengers book he just sold, I was able to get that for like 25 cents at the Black Friday haul.
Oh yeah,
this one here.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. I knew I could have got it cheaper, but I just saw it there. I just grabbed it. This Wolverine 85. I think this is I think I said it on the show the other day. I think it's one of Jay Lee's first cover arts or something like that.
Oh.
I got this Doctor Strange number 4. First appearance of Nina the Conjurer. Thought this was a dope G.I. Joe cover. Snake Eyes chilling in a cell.
Chilling.
Black Steel in the Hour of Chaos, you know what I'm saying? Now they got me in a cell. And then this is another one. These were I found out most of these in the 50 cent bin at that one spot, but I found this Avengers 14 or 688, I should say. It's 14 of the No Surrender or whatever. Shaft number 1.
Nice.
Man,
David, what?
Mr. and Mrs. X number 1.
You're damn right.
Hey man, we gotta do a show where y'all can explain the timeline of his movies to me.
Yeah?
The new ones.
The new one or Africa?
The 2 new ones. When it was a reboot, then he ended up being the son, and then he got a grandson.
I thought the first one was dope, but then the one with the son, I didn't even watch it. But this is Nova number 11. Thought it was a dope cover. I grabbed it. I don't have too many Nova books. This Ant-Man book, I don't know where it's from, but this cover is dope.
Oh yeah, that Miami Vice variant.
Yeah, this one was 50 cent. Then I grabbed a couple of these Luther Strodes. I had read the trade when I first started getting back into books, and I like Trav Moore's art, so got a couple of these Luther Strodes. And I'm a Punisher War Machine fan, so I had a couple more of these. I grabbed these for 50 cent. And then last but not least, a couple Invincible Iron Mans. Number 2, and I think this is number 11. So, yeah. I got a couple more things, but I mean, I don't want to keep going, you know what I'm saying? But, yeah, I got a couple books, man. Then I got a couple mail calls. Oh, let me show those. Let me show those. So. But
I'm talking about he is channeling his inner Matt Odom.
I learned from the best, my dogs. You know what I'm saying? I learned, baby. So I got this one.
Oh, Amber Alert.
Yep, my phone just went off.
Got this. First appearance, I was a Wolverine's son right there.
James, I can't remember his last name.
Yeah. Ultimate X or something like that. I forget what his name is. I forget what
James McDonald, I think, something like that.
Yeah. He's from like a different alternate universe or something like that.
Yeah, from the Ultimate Universe.
So I got Michael McDonald.
Jane Evil.
This one we're gonna open together. So this one we're gonna open together.
I thought that dude was black until I was 13 years old, man.
Oh. Okay, I got these from Jeff Silversmith. He did this thing where he had a short box. You pay him like $20 and then he'll pick like 5 books. And these are the 5 books I got. I got a Captain Marvel number 59.
Nice.
Real Captain
Marvel Team Up, Spider-Man and Hercules.
Oh.
Got a Fantastic Four number 54.
Nice.
Fantastic Four number 40.
Wow.
Oh yeah, for $5.
It was like $20, $30, something like that. And then Marvel Team Up, Spider-Man and Deathlock.
Man,
These are pretty good shape. They're not terrible, but they're not off the hook either. But they're decent books. I mean, for the age.
mean, it's worth more than $20.
Yeah. And then let me see. So that's that one, and then this one we're gonna open together because I didn't get a chance to open it up yet.
All right, Remo, I'm fighting sleep now.
All right, hold on. We always trying to fight. 5 seconds, bro. Still waiting. Stay with me.
We start hanging over to life.
Sean's on fumes. I know, man. I know you've been up with Jimmy Hart all day, so. So I got these. I got this little Captain America lot off of eBay.
Sean been fanging and banging, brother.
Right.
It's a Marvel Knights lot of
nice.
books. Yeah. I only got it because it's 23 through I think 30 or something like that. But I only bought it for this cover. So this one's probably going to be the one that's going to be talked about in a couple weeks. I think I got 2. I got another one coming, but this is when Captain America, and if you can tell, that's Steve Rogers and Isaiah Bradley.
Oh wow!
So it's the first time that they put him on a cover. So
people forget about that Marvel Knights Cap run.
Yeah, man. So I just grabbed a big lot because it was in there and it was only going to be like a couple of bucks. But I think I bought a second one, so that one should be coming in the mail too. But I just jumped on that because somebody had posted it and they were like, "Hey, man, this is a book that ain't nobody really talking about. And if you get them now, they're really cheap. You know, talking about pennies on the dollar. But in a couple of weeks, they ain't going to be so cheap." So,
hey, were y'all mad that the Black Cat had that Forrest Whitaker eye?
I made it. I just looked at it like he had been through hell and back. Like what was that on? What was the show where the dude had a messed up eye?
Anything with Forrest Whitaker?
I was thinking the
same. Ghost Dog.
Yeah, well, that's my haul, man. Right there. That was my mail calling my haul. So yeah. That's over the last few weeks. So
yes, sir.
I'm trying to share something.
Okay, you need me to do something on this end.
Hey, look at Paul. He like, God damn.
No, this is man.
This is the longest show.
Oh my God!
Ray banging and banging.
Banging.
That's what we made this show.
Whose teethus was those?
That was Gangrel, man. He's a vampire, bro.
That's Al's favorite wrestler.
That's a lie.
Yeah, no,
he ain't my favorite wrestler, man.
He's top 5, man.
It's top
exactly.
But he did.
Don't think you can forget that.
Hey, he your top 1.
Hey, man.
Hey, look at me. Look at man. If he is my top 1, then
Macho Man a -5.
No, I'm trying to think. Bastion Booger is your top 1.
Hey, Isaac Yankum.
No, we ain't go there.
Repo Man.
Sean is on literal fumes right now.
Yours is Coco B. Well.
Sean looking at the camera like this right now. You like, dog, it's 1 in the morning.
Yeah, Charles over there like, why y'all still talking?
Well, I'm telling you, it's amazing, man. Because I mean, we haven't went this long in a long time, man. Like we actually went 4 hours, but you know what?
We done outlasted the chat, man. The chat gone, man.
Well, we still got 9 people in the chat though. And
really?
Yeah.
Larry just posted something.
Yeah, I mean Jimmy Hudson. That's who it was. Thank you.
That's who it was. Thank you all for sticking with us.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I mean, because Brock been there since jump.
Shoot.
He put a pot on the grill.
Oh yeah, and I got this one too. This is what I wanted to show you. Check it out, though. So I showed you guys that one, right?
Yeah.
But then I had got this G.I. Joe newsstand.
That's nice.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? For a couple
Lady
bucks.
J running for her life.
And then I don't know what this is, but I just thought it was a TMNT1 swipe.
Oh, that's Cerebus.
Yeah. So I grabbed that. And then G.I. Joe versus the $6 Million Man.
What?
I remember that story. Yeah.
That's how you close the show out, yeah.
And I got this. Oh yeah, check this out.
And I ain't mentioning my wife got a stack of Black Widow too. Like,
hey man, check this out. What we gonna need to do? We gonna need you to do a haul video, and we need to do Miss Remo a haul video in her own voice, and we need to put it as a special comic haul and roundtable discussion.
Right, to have her doing.
Why she making another cake though?
Hey, real talk, man. I need you to FedEx me a piece of cake though. For real.
Hey man,
that's how it is.
In her hall, she gonna say we banging and banging.
Banging, right?
Hey, while y'all joking, I told Matt mentioned that I should use that at the beginning of my haul video, so it's gonna be on the beginning of the haul video for real.
Banging.
Shout out to Gangrel.
Slanging and banging.
But anyway, what? X, you ain't had nothing to show, did you?
No, I'm good.
Okay,
I'm good.
Great.
You remember I said I had 13 minutes? I didn't realize it was 20 plus minutes, so I'm good. Y'all want to see my haul? Go look at that video.
Oh, yep. Yeah, hey, we got new haul videos for Sean. We got new haul videos for Chris. Matt's got a haul video up. X got a haul video up.
Yeah, I'm gonna do one for you.
Will be doing one too. I'm gonna be doing one soon because I gotta go back and redo it. Remo gonna have about 4.
I'm gonna have to. Hey man, I'm telling you, between learning from Matt and watching all them Mercenaut haul videos.
Oh no! What's up? You gonna be a Mercenaut haul? Damn, man!
So you gonna be getting kicked out of a comic book store.
You know what I'm saying? Hey, I'm telling you, when they see me hit the door now, man, they know. Hey, but I already buttered them up. Now they my folks. Now they don't even notice. They don't even notice it's getting over.
It's all good.
At least you got a better. Never mind. I ain't finna say that. But anyway,
I got a good rapport with them.
Hey man, that's great. But, ladies and gentlemen, we thank you for staying with us. Like I said, we got 8 in the chat. So everybody that was there with us from jump, y'all are troopers, man. You know, if you live in Macon and you hit me up on Instagram, I'll buy you a crystal sunrise or 2. You just hit me up. Not tonight though. Not tonight. Or whatever. But yeah, we thank y'all for staying with us. We appreciate it. Please share, like, subscribe, Comic Hall Roundtable Discussion. My man Stay Puff 1983 to my right. You know, he has a dope YouTube channel. We support him in everything that he does. My man Chris, Outcast United, he has podcasts. So y'all support that as well. Each one of us on Instagram if you're not following us. So go ahead and jump on it. Just hit us up on the Comic Hall and Roundtable Discussion. One other thing too, and I'm gonna let y'all go. One thing that I would like for you all to do, especially those that
eyes.
Yeah, he about to tuck it out.
Right, man, look at him.
But he got that dark side.
He got that dark side green going up.
Brock, wishing everyone a happy Easter. Thank you.
Happy Easter, everybody.
Happy Easter.
Shannon, I don't know what you talking about, dude. Like, oh yeah, speaking of prayers, man, DMX. That's a really terrible thing that happened, man. That kind of took me for a loop, man. For those that don't know, DMX is one of the most prominent rappers in the 90s and stuff, and he's been battling with drugs for pretty much all his life. So, you know, a lot of people want to be judgmental, but all of us have our own demons that we have to deal with. You know, I'm said, I ain't scared to say it. I'm fat as shit. I need to lose weight, you know. So everybody got issues that we dealing with. So, you know, if you know him, if you know of him, just say a couple of words of prayer. If you don't believe that, just send some positive energy. I mean, that goes for anybody that's dealing with that type of situation. So
I want to say this. As you stated, everybody's dealing with their own demons. Just like these stoves. The demon of eBay.
Hey man, hey man. Hey man, I know you still got something in you. We can save it for another.
Prayers for Puff.
Hopefully, our next show will be a little bit more upbeat because I know we bring it to y'all raw sometime, but this is the kind of stuff that needs to be talked about because ain't nobody else really talking about it. Right. So we need to bring awareness to it, let y'all know what to be looking out for, pitfalls and all this kind of stuff. With that being said, we are going to end this show at 4 hours and 9 minutes and some change. Thank you, everybody that's still in the chat. We appreciate y'all watching. Keep continuing to watch, share, like, subscribe. Let people know we out here doing our thing. We got more content coming for you. Hopefully, we can get X on this pop thing. I got a plan, man, that I've been talking to Matt about regarding our channel. We want to actually do some things. So, X, you got 10,000 pops behind you, man. We need you to do some videos, man, whenever you get an opportunity.
Hey, X, my wife just ordered a Ironheart pop for my daughter right now.
From Pop in the Box.
Yeah, man, that shit is tight.
Hold up. That's why you need to be doing videos, because I didn't know no damn Ironheart from Pop in the Box.
She just showed me right now. She's like, look what I just ordered.
He knows this kind of stuff. So he is our resident Funko Pop aficionado. His collection, his banging and banging. His collection is
that's the new term on the show from here on out.
Banging and banging. Banging and banging. It's got more pops than Sam's Club got pops in their warehouse. So, but anyway, we thank y'all for being here. We thank y'all for staying with us. So we're gonna let y'all go. Keep continuing to watching, like, share, subscribe. Check us out on our IG page. Again, each one of us has IG pages, so follow us too if you can. But with that being said, this is Al Rainey and Big Remo's to my left, Puff is to my right, X is down to the bottom, right, left, my left. I'm sorry. We got Chris in the middle, right below me, and we got Matthew Odom acting like black
over there, banging and banging,
Mama Waldy.
So with that being said, we wish you all a good night. Peace. Y'all take care and keep on the lookout for content. Y'all be easy.
Later, y'all.
Peace out.